Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty?
Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year.
Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch.
The what now?
The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Hey, I'm Joe DeCamera. And I'm John Ritchie. We're the guys behind the 94 WIP morning show that plays Philly sports fans turn to every morning.
Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers. If it matters in this city, we're talking about it.
We bring real opinions, smart analysis, and yeah, some chaos too.
From breaking news to big-name guests, it's all here.
Whether you're tailgating or stuck in traffic, we've got your Philly sports fix.
Follow and listen to the 94 WIP morning show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, and get new episodes every weekday.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly.
Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Nebraska. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I cannot believe that Thanksgiving's already next week, and then it's late this year. So are you ready for the holiday? I'm totally not ready, so I have to whip things into shape. But
are you hosting?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. That's the nice part for me. No, because the nice part for me is that here's the hard part. We have a lot of family in the area, so we try to make sure we see everybody. So there's a lot of travel involved.
Oh, that's not fun. Do you like those kind of days?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Okay.
I don't mind
it's kind of the exchange for not having to cook is having to travel.
I don't have to clean up. That's
I feel it's
nice.
a fair exchange.
You know.
You don't help clean up when you go to someone else's?
No, I do help clean up, but I don't mind cleaning up in somebody else's house and
That's
doing
true.
dishes because you're like, it's social.
It is, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So the cost of Thanksgiving dinner, this was the American Farm Bureau Federation. They put this out every single year, and they're just looking at breaking down the cost of everything. Turkey, the cranberry. Now, the cranberries, I like the whole cranberries as opposed to the sliced
Yeah, you don't
ones.
like the goo?
Mm-mm. I don't like the. Well,
Yeah.
my husband.
The slime.
Yeah, Larry loves the slime.
Ugh.
No, do you like the?
I don't like whole cranberries either. So you do
I
like the
like the
whole
whole.
cranberries with like the saucy side around
I like
it.
that.
and-
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Sweet potato. Gotta have the sweet potatoes.
You're not slicing it out of a can, the cranberries?
No. Carrots and celery.
You're a sweet potato fan?
Yeah, I love sweet potatoes.
So when you do sweet potatoes for Thanksgiving, though, are you doing it mashed sweet potatoes with a
Mashed.
little brown sugar on top, or are you going like a baked sweet potato?
No, I do both. I actually have some in my fridge right now. I love sweet potatoes are so good for you. Anything pumpkin is also so good for you.
Yeah, Maisie loves
I love
that
sweet
stuff
potatoes.
too. I've had enough pumpkin for the season.
Really?
Yeah.
My mom used to.
There's enough. Yeah.
My mom used to make the sweet potatoes out of the can. I don't do the canned ones, but she'd do the canned sweet potatoes, mash them all up, put those little mini marshmallows, and then bake it. It was so good.
Ooh.
It was basically like a pie.
Yeah, it sounds very healthy.
So let's.
Doesn't seem like that's always been more of a dessert to me than it is.
It does seem
I kind
like
of
a
scoop it after the rest of the meal goes. I go for those sweet potatoes with the.
So when you look at the pricing, they're saying that all these staples that we're talking about, whole milk, whipping cream, pumpkin pie mix in the can, dinner rolls, the cube stuffing, the pie shells, all that stuff, the green peas, etc. They put all of it together. They say for 10, it's $5.52 a person.
Wow.
No way.
Yeah,
They're saying
no.
these are not biggie. These are not Stenslands. Okay, like my people are not going to eat. Just David alone is the $55. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are small eaters.
Yeah. This goes back to is this like one serving of turkey, one serving of cranberries?
How much is that? Like a tablespoon?
Yeah, and the servings yeah.
But who eats like that? I don't know. I just think. But they said that the good news here is that the bottom line, cooking Thanksgiving dinner for 3 years in a row has gone down.
Good.
So there's a little good news. They're saying the turkey, 16-pound turkey, $21.50. Where are they getting that turkey? I mean, maybe they're counting the free turkey. I don't know how they can say 16-pound turkey is more than $21.
What's the Target turkey deal? Isn't that like a crazy thing going on?
All right, so maybe I don't know where they're getting their information.
Yeah, Target's doing something that they're trying to offer a meal for four for under $20, less than $5 per person.
Yeah.
So
good luck with that.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't think
that's only an up to 10-pound turkey.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
It's like
young turkey.
These are people that are very dainty eaters. But what they're saying is that in this year we see it about $55. Last year was about $58. 2023 it was way more, $61. They're saying. So I don't know. My people are way bigger eaters than that. There's no way that that's working out to $5 a person. Not.
18 miles to Memphis. That's the best sweet potato dish with the mini marshmallows over on YouTube.
Yeah, that's how my mom made it.
Michael writes, my sister puts syrup in her sweet potatoes.
See, if it's the real maple syrup, syrup.
Or syrup?
Syrup.
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 I say syrup.
I say
think.
syrup.
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 Oh, now you're making me
Yeah.
surreptitious.
Sorry, you were saying about real maple syrup?
It is. I use that as a sugar substitute. Real organic maple syrup.
Yeah.
It makes it moist. Whatever you're making, cookies, muffins.
You know what I did for Maisie the other day? Because I don't know. I don't like cottage cheese myself, and I try to bougie up dishes sometimes.
Bougie.
And I tasted her cottage cheese concoction. She does peaches in the middle with granola around the edges. But I slipped in a little bit of a real maple syrup, just a tad to kind of sweeten a little bit, and she seemed to like it. But
A lot
I feel
of
like
nutrients.
that's probably a bad suggestion.
Just a little bit.
Is it okay to do a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Moderation.
It's great nutrients. It's underrated. It's
I don't
very
mean-
good for you. The
don't
real
mean-
stuff.
Don't mean to keep you. Sarah said that dinner chart. This is Sarah Weiss, good friend of
Yeah.
ours. Dinner chart looks
Sarah.
pretty accurate. I just bought a 20-pound turkey at BJ's for $20. Had all the fixins.
Nice.
That's good stuff.
I don't know. My people are big eaters.
Yeah.
Just David right there. Like David would eat all of that for $4, Sarah. So I don't know.
Well, that's what you have when you have
I know.
three growing
Huge, big
guys.
boys.
Yeah.
So we have a great guest around the corner, Dan Borowski, and a great guest. We'll do a deep tease for Friday. Can't wait to talk with Miranda Devine. That'll be fun. So stay right there. This is the Dawn Show. Thanks for being here, Dawn, Dan. We got Jimmy Kelly is somewhere in the back. Phil Omquist, thank you for letting me in because I was, I get like one potty break.
Yeah, what happened? You just got locked out?
I know. And
Greg came running in here saying,
know.
how'd Dawn get back?
So I was like, I bolted for the bathroom and then I got locked out. So I'm like, I'm texting. Luckily, I had my phone in my pocket.
Was it just me? I think Greg sounded disappointed that you found your way back in, though. That's why I was like, is he trying to sabotage? He's like, oh, man, Dawn got back in.
I know. We're all just.
It's like he was trying to test us to see what happened if Dawn couldn't make it back.
We're a little mischievous today, but we're gonna today just for today. All right, we'll take a quick break. Be right back.
It's time now for today's Spotlight on Money.
Grandma and Grandpa can be formidable weapons in the fight against the high cost of college. Grandparents could see substantial tax advantages from paying their grandkids college tuition. Ryan Safdari is the founder and president of College Planning Experts in Los Angeles.
They might not have capital gains tax up to a certain amount that they're withdrawing that they can use to fund college.
I'm Rob Hart.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yes, we're all going through the changes, and in a good way, I think, of thinking about, mental health. Over the past couple of years, different relatives of mine, and one a younger relative had, been, the parents got a call at school and had some self-harm concerns. Mental health, you think about that. We didn't talk about it years ago. There is a real stigma. We've come a long way. But you think about during the pandemic, post-pandemic, we've learned a whole lot, and especially with children, middle school, high school ages, and mental health. Really, we experienced a crisis there, and I think we all had to come together and think about it. If your kid stubs their toe, they break a bone on the field when they're doing sports, you go to urgent care. But where do you go, or where do you turn when it comes to mental health issues for anybody in your life, or maybe you? It's something I don't talk about enough, I will say. And so I'm going to put on my news cap as, first of all, most of all of my career, Emmy Award-winning journalist, reporter, news anchor here in Philadelphia and network level across the country. And oftentimes, I will say, in many of the reports that I've done, news reports, at the center of that is a mental health issue that we don't talk about enough. We're talking about it more. And so there's a lot of disinformation, misinformation. And when you think about it, it causes people who are suffering with that, maybe, lower self-esteem, difficult finding a job or even housing as they grow up, worsening symptoms, and then they put things off because of, in part, the stigma. So I wanted to take a moment, and I appreciate Dan setting this up. We want to talk about it and really celebrate what's going on, because in our area, this is a huge new center coming to KOP, King of Prussia. It's, I think, right near the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the new CHOP Center there. So if you know that area. But I want to bring in my next guest, and this is Matt Miller, who is the Connections Chief Growth and Development Officer, joining me this morning. And this is, if you think of an urgent care, meaning, you break a bone or you do something, you go to urgent care, maybe you're sick and you can't get the doctor's appointment. I think of this in my brain as sort of an urgent care in our area for thinking about behavioral health crisis, mental health. But maybe my next guest can explain what this is and what it means for our region. Matt Miller, thank you for joining me this morning.
Dawn, thanks very much for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Oh, 100%. So take me through it. What does this mean? This is Montgomery County's brand new emergency behavioral crisis center, if you will. It's going to offer full-time support for anybody in the community, crisis support. So first of all, What does that mean when you say crisis support? Who does it serve, first of all, and what does that term mean?
Yeah, it's for anyone and it's for everyone. So you hit the nail on the head, right? If someone breaks a bone, you go to an urgent care, you seek treatment for it. What we haven't had in our area and really kind of throughout the country is access and immediate access for anyone who is struggling with a mental health crisis, a substance abuse crisis, on really kind of one place to go. And that's what the leaders in Montgomery County sought out to do. And we are fortunate enough to partner with them in establishing this crisis center in King of Prussia, as you mentioned. It is going to be a 24/7, 365, front door for anyone to go instead of going to the ER and instead of waiting to get services. You're able to come to this one place that is specifically designed for individuals that are suffering from a mental health or substance abuse crisis. First and foremost, it's immediate access. Anyone can walk in at any time. And the program in King of Prussia, the center in King of Prussia, is going to serve all ages. There will be an adult component that will have 16 recliner chairs that we kind of refer to as a 23-hour observation unit. And then the youth center will have the same observation chairs, 10 chairs, and we'll also have 8 crisis stabilization beds for youth in the program in King of Prussia.
And so it's basically across from Valley Forge National Historic Park, so beautiful setting. But when we think about mental health, first and foremost, why do you think this is a breakthrough, that it's important for our area? Because I don't think another place quite like this serving the suburbs. My next question is, how do you educate the public on who can come here? Because I think a lot of people might be intimidated. A lot of people might say, I don't have my health insurance plan doesn't cover this. How does that work?
Yeah, it is in King of Prussia. It's an industrial area near Valley Forge Park, as you said. We looked kind of long and hard for the right location for the center. It's a big center. We're going to have about roughly 30,000 square feet of treatment services for any individual to walk in, regardless of demographic, regardless of age, regardless of insurance. Anyone is able to walk in. So it is, like I said, a significant partnership with Montgomery County, the county commissioners investing in the development of the center. We're fortunate enough to be their partner and operator. We have another center, similar center in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, that we set up and started operating roughly a year ago, as well as centers throughout the country. But our organization focuses specifically on mental health and substance abuse crisis, and we want to be part of the continuum. But the goal is to relieve the pressure on ERs, relieve the pressure on law enforcement and first responders who are working to help individuals that don't know where to go. So this will be that one front door, unequivocal place to go for anyone. And again, regardless of demographic, regardless of insurance, and regardless of age, you'll be able to get services immediately in accessing the center.
And so in this one, you really break it down as far as what this is. So you have the walk-in, sort of an urgent care philosophy, 24/7. And then you mentioned those comfy reclining chairs. I assume that's the second, strategy here is the observation unit. So let's say somebody comes in. And what does that look like? Okay, I know that you have the one for younger people, you have the one for adults. So are those different doorways? You literally have a different entrance. And then when somebody comes in, whether they come in alone or they're bringing in a child or bringing in somebody else, what's the procedure by Connections, which is the company you work for?
Yeah.
That's obviously a proven winner across the country. But can you take me through, if somebody's walking in the door or they're hesitant to go in there, what would that procedure be like to check in, and then what would you expect?
Yeah, so there will be a separate lobby for youth and a separate lobby for adults. So we're separating the populations of coming in. They're going to be greeted by a peer support specialist. We really believe in the value of peer support and rounded out by a multidisciplinary team. So we're welcoming them in, and you saw through the pictures there, it is a warm, welcoming environment. It is not an emergency room where you have lights going off and sounds. It is a very calm environment, and our goal is to really address what is going on. There was something been going on that brought the individual into the center seeking care, and we're glad that they're there. So our goal is to really work to identify and stabilize the crisis. So being met by peer support, being met by behavioral health technicians, and then being seen by a multidisciplinary team. So if someone is coming in, really needs that urgent care visit, they're having a bad day, maybe they're out of meds, they need a med refill, we'll be able to do that. If someone is really kind of in need of a more intensive level of care, that's what we call the 23-hour observation unit, and it is the recliner-based model. So it's an open therapeutic milieu, staffed with a multidisciplinary team of psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, nurses, case managers, peer support, behavioral health technicians, really with the goal of stabilizing the individual, working to address what is going on, and then also working very closely with the rest of the community-based resources. So once they are discharged, and in our experience, 70% of the people coming in that are admitted into the observation unit are discharged back to the community, back to their outpatient provider, back to their family. Those that need a little bit longer length of stay, especially on the youth side, will admit into the crisis stabilization unit to further stabilize what's going on. And we'll work with the other community-based organizations, housing, transportation, shelters, if individuals are in need of some of those additional social services.
And so when you say stabilize, what does that mean?
Making sure that they're not a harm to themselves or others, that they're safe to be able to go back to the community, that we are addressing the issues that brought them in, and that we're also establishing more longer term services and treatment for them so that they are able to remain in the community and not have to go into an emergency room or long-term hospitalization.
Yeah. And so, Matt, when we're talking about this, a couple of things. And when we think about just public awareness, a couple of comments that even I would say people who I think are well-educated people in my life, whether it's at work, professionally, whether it's family members, friends, some of the comments I'll just throw out to you because I think this is such an important conversation to have, especially in this day and age. For a parent or a caregiver, let's say you have a middle school age child, a teenager, and they're having some self-harm conversations, or they're saying something. A parent might say, "Oh, just suck it up, kid. You'll be fine. Just go to school, go to sports, get involved, and just get out there and exercise." Something to that effect. Why would that be a conversation? Or let me just ask you this: if somebody said that to you, what's your advice to a parent, grandparent, caregiver who might have somebody, especially a young person in their life, saying those kinds of things?
Yeah, I think, there's a saying today that it's okay not to be okay. And I think, Dawn, as you mentioned earlier, there is more awareness about the need for effective mental health services and treatment, and it's okay to seek services. We had a groundbreaking ceremony on Monday with county representatives and state officials, and we're still a year away from opening. So there's a lot of renovation for the center. But over the course of the next year, we're going to do a ton of community engagement, working with schools, working with the hospitals, corresponding, educating, advocating, consulting around what this service will be, how to access it, that is a safe place to go, that it is, we want to reduce the stigma around seeking services for mental health and substance abuse. We're going to do a lot of education and work with school systems throughout the county, which there's a number of school districts throughout Montgomery County. So we'll be working with the county and the school district around that. You mentioned CHOP is right down the road. We'll definitely form a relationship and partnership with them, as well as the mobile crisis teams throughout Montgomery County and surrounding areas, other organizational-based providers. So we're going to do a lot of awareness campaigns, a lot of community engagement, and that includes law enforcement, first responders, EMS, fire, because they're often get involved because they get calls. The good thing about what's happened over the last several years is we've promoted 988 as a country, that the National Suicide Prevention Crisis Hotline will be directly tied into them, as well as the mobile crisis team. So someone to call, someone to respond, and now in Montgomery County, hopefully this time next year, we'll have some place to go as well.
Actually, if you don't mind, Matt, we have Susan who's calling in, going through this right now. And so I think it's appropriate, Susan, if you could just tell Matt what you're going through and give some real-time advice. This time of year, the holidays, a lot of grief, and I think we see it in the headlines, and I think that's why it's really beautiful that this new center is coming. Not soon enough, but it's coming soon. Hey, Susan, thanks for calling in.
Thanks, Don. Well, first of all, you can't have people committed who will just pass the basic questions. My sister was never diagnosed, most likely with schizophrenic. She had delusions and so paranoia. She lived in a hotel in Media for years, and they found her 4 weeks ago, and we thought she'd just died, but no, she had died 2 months prior to that. She was in such a state of putrefaction that
I'm so sorry.
Well, of course, DNA decays, so the first 2 DNA tests have yielded nothing. We know who she is, but, medical examiners, and they're great in Media, I must say, they're great people. But in the old days, you could have your relative parked at the Institute. You could have them taken there, and they would keep them there. Now, even if you can get them into a place, it's 72 hours, and then they're out. And, I can't tell you, I had one very close relative I found near death, trying to commit suicide. And so I'm very familiar with all of these things. And the worst part is that people who have serious, serious problems, like some of these shooters, they do not recognize that they have a problem. The majority will not go to a center for help. And often the parents just ignore the signs.
Yeah. So Matt, what do you say to that? With first of all, Susan, we're so sorry to hear this and your grief, but thank you for sharing that. Matt, she brings up some, really some great issues that are going on because a lot of people just don't self-recognize.
Yeah, Susan, I appreciate your comments, and sorry you're going through some of the things you have. It sounds like you've got an understanding of how the system has worked in the past and some of the shortfalls of the system, and that's really one of the things that centers like ours try to do is be available very early on, and we want to continue to promote the reduction of stigma, that it's okay to go seek help. As far as the longer term services and the 72 hours, we're going to work very closely with the rest of the delivery system, with the longer term hospitals, with the county, with the state, around policy and procedure, around ensuring that individuals are in a safe place, that they're getting the services that they need, and there's advocates for the individual and the family. So we're going to work very closely over the next year, and as we open up, to make sure we have all those relationships with organizational providers, community-based providers, and ensure, do everything that we can on our part to make sure that we're providing effective services, not just within our center, but being accountable when someone is discharged, and follow up after care, and post-acute services, and really try to track and ensure that we're getting every individual the services and the care that they need.
And Matt, on our YouTube chat, Newman is asking, are they going to have, security personnel? Do you have to think about that as far as security if somebody's going there and maybe they're worried about, and maybe some neighbors even because of the stigma and so on think, are we going to have security issues? How does that work?
Newman, great question. We get that question asked a lot. We don't have security within the treatment center itself. All of our staff are trained. We offer a medical model treatment service. So there is not security or law enforcement within the building. We will have security out front. We make sure that someone is coming through, they're going through metal detection so that we're able to identify anything if there is, any type of harm. We'll also do a lot of work in the area that we're in the community around that. We will not have, members or individuals kind of lurking around the facility. It is a treatment environment. It is a safe environment. But first and foremost, we want people to access the service and feel comfortable accessing the service. So Newman, great question. And we work very, very hard on community safety as well as the safety of the individuals in our team.
And, I think about a couple of things, and recently, within the past year or so, worked with my friend Hope Danoff. We actually just had a fundraiser, just a few weeks ago, with Hope Danoff's charity that she founded, Building Bridges with Hope. She had created this 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to reach out in a nonprofit supporting, people mentally ill, drug addicted, veterans in need. And then many of the individuals become homeless, so trying to get people jobs, that sort of thing. So you had mentioned that you were going to work with nonprofits. Are they local nonprofits? Do you have the names of some of those that people can get involved with, Matt?
Yeah, there are a number of, in Montgomery County alone, there are a number of organizations, nonprofit or for-profit, community-based organizations, respite programs, a lot of organizational providers that really focus on the social service aspects of mental health and substance abuse. So we'll work very closely. Access Services is one organization. They're a mobile crisis provider. We'll work very closely with them. But all the hospitals, all the organizations that have any type of involvement in post-crisis care, aftercare follow-up, ensuring folks have a place to go and feel comfortable in the community, we'll be working and supporting all those organizations. We never have enough behavioral health services, but it's accessing and utilizing the services that we have and then building upon that. And I think this center is going to be one of those kind of key pillars to emboldening the behavioral health system and ensuring that people have immediate access, which is oftentimes, without immediate access, exasperates into something worse.
Yeah, just some incredible reaction from those listening and watching us, Matt, just so you know, on YouTube. And, Newman sounding off on this, saying, talking about the fine line between respecting people's civil liberties and getting them help. Tommy says there's hardly anything for minors that need help. And then David says, thinking about social media and young people and how that can have an influence. Matt, I know we're running out of time, but I hope you come back. I hope we can continue the conversation. There's such a void for this. I wish we were celebrating the opening of the center now, but I'm so excited that this is coming to our area, and we really appreciate you. Obviously, welcome to the neighborhood.
Don, thanks very much. We would love to stay in touch, and we'll definitely invite you out to the ribbon cutting ceremony, have a tour of the center, and we'll continue the conversation for sure.
Matt Miller, thank you, with connections and coming to KOP King of Prussia. But thanks a million, Matt. We really much needed for sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
And, tomorrow, by the way, I had mentioned this before. I've been involved and on the Police Athletic League board for many years. So tomorrow night is a special event. Usually we do Halloween, but this is Pal Holiday. So it's tomorrow night in Abington. I know that I've been promoting this, but I'll be out there and I'll give more information to you throughout the show. But just, again, trying to be part of the solution. I know we joke a lot and we talk about all the problems and we break them down and we evaluate and all that good stuff. But in all seriousness, it's so wonderful to get out and about and feel like we're part of the solutions, or at least to have the conversation about it. But tomorrow, an important fundraiser, and that's with Abington, our friends at Abington Police, and the Pal Holiday, first year as we launch that one. And speaking of taking time out to celebrate for Lair Bear, for my husband, this is, our big trip of the year that we love taking with you right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So many of you in our group chat and beyond, our listeners, our viewers, and we've become friends, right? We've become part of a greater community, and I think that's good for your mental health as well. That brings me to conservativetours.com, and I'll tell you, Ken Chase and our friends, our team, Romina at conservativetours.com, outdoing themselves for sure with this latest trip. I'm talking stunningly beautiful Portugal. This itinerary, if you go to conservativetours.com, you scroll down, you'll see it under my name, Dawn Stensland. And they have really outdone themselves with this one. Wow. Just for you, our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe. Private Portuguese escort for the event. 4-star accommodations. I can't wait. I'm already counting the days. It's next spring. 10 days in 10 days in Portugal next spring. $57.38. That includes your airfare from here in Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, all the fun, strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages brimming with seafood restaurants. Fatima, yes, that's on my bucket list for life, Fatima. Abidos as well, and the elegance of Coimbra. You better call now. This is selling out fast. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Portugal, the land of Vasco da Gama, Magellan, and we're going to learn together how this sea-facing land actually became a world power. So we always, with Ken Chase, you're guaranteed to learn the history and the culture. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone, they are worth the crossing, but there's more. We're also going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany. This is the Douro Valley, Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way, and we're going to learn why together. Join me for all the history, the cuisine, and the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you, Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection
timed out
himself, Chris
perfectly.
Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discounts of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, my goodness. We have so much breaking news happening this hour as we look at President Trump, now the new congressional Epstein, situation there, the bill, as the Senate agreed last night to send President Trump that legislation compelling the Justice Department to release records related to the late convicted sex offender, pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. So with that one, we'll talk about that. The Comey case in court this morning. Lawyers for the former FBI Director James Comey in court today. So they're trying to argue that charges that Comey lied to Congress should be dismissed on the grounds that his prosecution has been, quote, selective and vindictive. And then as well, we've had President Trump in the headlines. Obviously, we talked about this since 6 o'clock this morning, with President Trump designating Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally, a classification giving Saudi Arabia certain defense benefits after saying during the meeting that we told you a lot about yesterday and this morning as well with the Crown Prince to the White House yesterday that the U.S. would indeed sell the country F-35 fighter jets. And then an expected news conference, among other things, breathless breaking news, Pam Bondi expected to hold a news conference, perhaps talking about DOJ and the release of those records with regard to Epstein. Thank goodness it's Wednesday, my favorite day, with the one and only Linda Kearns.
Good morning, Dawn.
Hi,
and
Linda.
Dan has been chasing me up and down the halls of Odyssey, trying to show me pictures
Just
of his
look at the pictures.
I'm like, enough already. I looked at Dawn. How many? Wasn't last week enough? Like, don't I get a pass until she does something interesting?
Come on.
My heavens.
Why not?
Oh,
She's
they all
beautiful.
look the same. I'm sure she is, but so are all babies. I said last week, give me a break.
I know. I can't get enough of it.
I
I'll be
know.
honest.
That's the thing.
That's the
show them to Dawn.
Yes.
Show them to Dawn.
I'm like a Pavlov dog when it comes to showing pictures.
It's like, show me the baby.
I hear 12 to WPHT, picture comes out, goes to Dawn.
I love it. And by the way, thank you so much for within our last segment, just an overwhelming reaction to the, interviewing with Matt with that new KOP center, and I think mental health front and center. Newman, thank you so much for all that you're sharing with us, and we'll talk more about that as well, obviously. But just wanted to give you a shout out and a big thank you. Linda, where do we begin? I mean,
Linda just heard the name Matt and got excited.
Matt. Yeah, another Matt. What is it about Matts? They're just all good guys.
I think the Be Nice to Matt DeSantis week is coming up soon, so be ready for Zioli's head to implode because he can't. Matt!
Rich Zioli was just on Fox.
Oh, was he?
He was just on within the past hour.
Oh, I gotta go find that.
He's on there. Like, he's going to be there. I don't know.
Stop.
Jesse Waters, watch out. I don't know. Here comes Zioli.
Oh, I better be nicer to him.
Yeah.
So he'll never have me on as a
Right?
guest.
We all better suck up to
I know.
him.
Maybe I should start kissing up rather than just constantly teasing him.
I know. We bust each other's chops a lot. We do. We have a good group. And that's why Linda is like, like part of the family, because it's like we all just fit in. Like, if we don't have a bust chopper or a chopper buster, whatever that would look like, you know what I mean? Like, then we have to be all proper. I mean, earlier we played Joy Reid, which was hysterical, talking about dangling, what did she say, dangling boobies in the locker room? It was hysterical.
Oh. Why are we even giving her airtime?
Well, she made some.
I think she needs more airtime, to be honest. Do you want it, Dawn?
Yeah, let's hear it.
There would be women.
You got to hear this, Linda.
Walking
Come on.
around. I'm talking about women walking around with their boobies dangling. There would be women walking around. I'm talking about women walking around with their boobies dangling, swinging in the breeze. And it's not even like perky boobies, just boobies drooping to their knees. They're kicking their boobies down the street and then want to walk up and have a conversation with you. And I'm like, don't walk up to me with no clothes on and talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. I would be disturbed. I'm telling you, I would be alarmed. I'm alarmed enough when I see a woman with her dangling boobies.
What is she talking about?
In the ladies' locker room?
Oh,
I would freak out too. This is nothing against anybody. What it's saying is, if I turn around and I see a penis in front of me inside of the room, I would probably go to management and say, "Wait a minute, why is there a naked man in this room?"
Excuse me,
because
manager.
just the world we live in. Just from a safety standpoint,
look at
and
this.
just from from a privacy standpoint.
What if that man thinks
so I
he's a
can
woman?
see why.
That's what she's talking about.
Oh, so she's
There's
against
a man.
it.
Yeah,
she's coming out against it, Linda.
She's against. So here's my problem in life. That first of all, nothing phases me. If I'm in a ladies' locker room and they're dangling boobies, I'm going to start laughing, and then trying not to laugh. But if there's a man with a big long dangling, you know what? I'm gonna be like probably wetting myself at that point. Like, I'm gonna be howling, laughing. You know what I mean? Like
but you're in the
dangling
locker room. Aren't you just concentrating on what you're doing?
Usually.
Toweling off, getting ready and not looking around. Like, is this woman?
I feel like it's almost like the old nude beach conundrum, though, where you think it's going to be something funny, but then you get the reality, and it's actually a hairy individual that's far too overweight with a very small individual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the problem I'm just like, I have that 5th grade sense of humor. It's really easy to make me laugh. So if there's somebody with any, like, and even if it's a guy in the women's, I know I should probably react with like, outrage, but I wouldn't.
This is nothing against anybody.
No.
What it's saying is, if I turn around and I see a penis
record
in front of me inside of the room, I would probably go to management and say, "Wait a minute, why is there?"
I would pick up my phone.
Man?
Would I get
Dawn,
sued?
you're not allowed to take pictures in a locker room.
Is that against the law?
I'm pretty sure they have signs up. Don't take pictures.
I'm pretty sure that if you're walking around with your dangling self, whatever's dangling, I might just, if it's a guy in the women's locker room, I'm just saying, I might have to pick up the iPhone and record. I might have to. Not that I would publicize it, but I would probably show it to you guys. I would. Because, like, come on, you're asking for it.
Yeah, well.
You know what I mean?
I'm just thrilled Joy's come around to realizing men shouldn't be in women's locker rooms. What is that? Now she's a podcast?
I get.
Read this, read that.
Yeah, read.
Yeah.
But
how about that?
I think she's being honest about it, though.
Substack, too. Yeah.
But see, I wouldn't think safety. And what if I'm impressed? Like, dang. And it's a guy in the, you know what I mean? Like, whoa.
Dan, I think Dawn has given this a little too much thought. I mean, I'm getting a little uncomfortable here.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what if it's like, wow, that's like the Olympics of
a nut remover.
Yeah. You know? I might, but then that sparks the conversation. Then, like, other people are running to get police management, and I'm like, dude, can I photograph that? We want to hit that hard.
Wait, Dawn,
That's blue ribbon material.
Wait, if you're walking around the locker room, won't you be naked too? Where are you going to pull the iPhone out of?
No, I'm not. I'm not naked. I am not naked.
Great question there.
I am not naked.
Fantastic question, Melinda.
Okay.
So you're
But
not
that's a
walking
good
around. Wait,
question.
but don't you change? I mean, you got to be naked at some point.
I'm going in the bath. They have bathrooms, and they have like a stall somewhere.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not like out in the open.
So it's okay for you to gawk at everybody else,
Uh-huh.
but no one can see your treasures.
Like it
is that
and
the
then
rule?
lick it. Nope.
Dan,
silly.
Dan, I'm telling you right now, you are not allowed to save clips of me without my
Hey, these are all from
express
Nick. These are Nick
permission.
Hale's
But seriously, nothing. I'm just saying that people, if you are in a locker room, it has become a public space, and you are. There's a possibility somebody's going to whip it out, meaning whipping out the iPhone or the smartphone, because I'm taking some video.
Oh, that's what you mean by whip it out.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Whip it.
we live in a society now where you could be on
Mhm.
camera all the
Yes.
time, so you always have to be.
I'm just
careful,
saying.
mindful of that. All right, well,
So we got Buzz Killington in the chat, it seems.
Buzz.
Yeah. Buzz Killington, aka Tracy. Tracy, I love you. I'm just kidding. But she makes a good point. We shouldn't laugh at this. What
I
about
know,
the young
you're
girls? What about sexual assault victims? If I'm a
Yes.
female and a male comes into the room dressed or not, I will not stand for it. Not for a second. Your guys' thoughts on that?
I agree. So
You're right.
I think I'm aligning with Joy Reid. Yeah, run and get management.
But for sake of video. See, I am so silly. You're right. Tracy's right.
It's become so like.
I am so silly. And by the way, if there were a predator in there, this is a bad thing about me because I don't know if it was the way I was raised or what, but I'm a fighter. So I would fight that person. They might be bigger than me, so I would probably be knocked out cold at that point. And this is bad about me, but I know I'm an instinct, like mama, mega mama. You know what I mean? I'm going to fight that person. I'm going to be like, what? I'm going to be in their face, and I'll be on Greg Stocker's Fight Club. Thank God I don't have any hair extensions to fall out, but I'll probably get knocked out cold because my instinct, seriously, if somebody, like you think about Nancy Mace, for example, I mean, she's a sex assault survivor. And she's genuinely, if she went in a space like this and it would just bring back all of that. And I probably would end up fighting somebody. I probably would maybe that's bad of me to admit about myself, but I would just be like, what? I would get in their face and I would probably punch their face.
Tracy's still live chatting, saying no doubt about that, Dawn. I know you're joking around, but great points all around. And
Thanks.
Just from my perspective, I can't relate because I'm not a female. I'm not a woman. I haven't, ever. But the thing is, it's gotten so far ridiculous at this point that I wonder if some mockery might move the needle a little bit against the idea that this is at all okay in a locker room. It should be shunned to the highest degree, and I don't know what the strategy becomes of how we shun that, but I think there are different attempts to do so, and it should be.
Right, because the people who are promoting this type of thing, they're just trying to normalize it and say, you're the bad person. You're the bad person who thinks this isn't okay.
Yeah.
So, and that's a lot of times what the left does. They try to normalize what is really just deviant behavior. So, I hope we're turning a corner.
I would hope. Turn the page. We're turning a corner. We have a lot of, we'll get to all of these updated stories, get Linda's take, and we have to take a quick break. Stay right there.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. We compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, and doesn't cost you a cent.
look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty? Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year. Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch. The what now? The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift. They won't even believe. What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family & Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for just $328 a month for 42 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more. Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and it's the perfect season for something truly one of a kind. At Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, custom jewelry isn't just a service, it's a passion. For 35 years, this family-owned business has created timeless, handcrafted pieces that tell your story, all designed and made in-house. And when it comes to jewelry that stands out, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Without you. We're not going to be blue, especially on a Wednesday, rainy, raw Wednesday. Ooh, it's cold outside, but warm and cozy here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Linda Kearns in the house, our great local family, Pennsylvania family attorney, but as well election integrity goddess. I'm going to call you election integrity goddess.
And Dawn, you once sent me a text and you said I add the sparkle to Wednesdays, and I love that. I love that.
And
Thank
you do.
So much.
You add the sparkle.
Thank you.
So we have a lot of live updates, a lot going on. By the way, this is an interesting little caveat here. I haven't heard his name for a while, but climate activist and billionaire Tom Steyer has announced his run for California governor. So billionaire philanthropist. So he puts his hat in the ring, by the way. Obviously, Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom, this will be next fall, right? Because he's term limited, but just want to put that out there. A lot going on with President Trump expected to sign into law what has been passed by Congress now. Linda Kearns, quickly, we spent a lot of time on Kale and Company, on what happened yesterday and with the Epstein survivors on Capitol Hill. We were live yesterday. But as far as this goes, as President Trump will be signing this new bill to release the Epstein files, Greg Stocker often says in the mornings, well, President Trump could just sign, just with his signature, sort of wave the wand and make all of this go away. And a long time ago, he could have just had everything released, even the grand jury sealed documents, et cetera, et cetera. As an attorney, is that the way it works, that the executive branch can just even unseal sealed court documents at the state level?
I mean, I would hate to go against Greg Stocker,
yes,
but
this is true.
I'm not aware of anything that the president could do. I mean, he could sign an executive order, but I imagine that there could be lawsuits right away to stop all that. And I'm not even sure we want that. Remember, the thing that makes America so amazing, the best country on earth, the best country in the history of the world, is our separation of powers. We never want to vest that kind of almighty power in any one branch of the government. And these Epstein files, they involve grand jury testimony and things that went on in the courts. And do we really want an executive who can just wave a magic wand and do something like that? Our government wasn't designed like that.
Why is this secrecy? Why is, in particular, grand juries and the secrecy surrounding them? Why is that so important in the legal world? You hear about that, and that's something that's treasured and cherished for certain situations. Why?
Yeah, well, that is a great question. But remember that the grand jury is just the first part of the proceeding, and what happens there, and the witnesses that might come forward, and what the evidence is. You don't want to taint have that taint the trial later. Gotcha. So we have very specific rules about that. And with these Epstein files, we don't know what's in them, but I don't know if these prosecutors, in order to get evidence, had to talk to witnesses and then promise the witnesses that their name will never see the light of day. And I'm not talking about witnesses who did something wrong, just witnesses who were involved. And then if we're releasing all this, are those names going to get out? And it seems like no one's remembering the horrifying underlying crime here. And we're all concentrating on this one, but this human trafficking stuff, these sex crimes, they go on all over, unfortunately, Philadelphia, all over our Commonwealth, all over the state. And maybe if we took like 5% of the energy that we're putting into this and we said, hey, like let's work on human trafficking all over, maybe we'd be a little better off.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know there are new initiatives even here in Philadelphia and around the country when we think about moving forward. And I've talked a lot, with Allie Hopper, among others, who really, Allie has spent her life's work with her nonprofit just trying to stop the human trafficking that's going on. But when you think about anything like this, you're right. It should be about the survivors, the victims. And even we're still searching, by the way. This is amazing to me, Linda. Nobody talks about this. More about 300,000 missing kids in the country. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
When do you really see that, other than us? We talk about it on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I saw Laura Ingraham actually interviewed Allie Hopper last night. I was glad to see she had her on there.
Oh, really?
We have her on. We have her on regularly because Dan and I both, we're just shocked, Linda, that nobody talks about this that much.
No. And I'm wondering, is anyone else completely disgusted that these people, the rich and powerful Americans who just accepted Jeffrey Epstein into their inner circles, like where's their smell test? Can they not sniff out someone who is this horrible? I mean, it just seems like these powerful and rich people kind of accepted him as a friend and looked the other way. And that is horrifying to me. Horrifying.
Yes. It all goes back. It's sort of ancient and primitive. I think of Game of Thrones. I love Game of Thrones. Such a great HBO series. And there's this like evil soldier guy who works for like the nasty king. And he goes into the cities and he demands to see the women. And he goes, too old. They're these gorgeous young women, in their 20s. And they finally get to like the 10-year-old little girl. Oh. And he's like, she'll do. And bring me a fresh one tomorrow. And it's like, oh, gosh. In some circles, nothing has changed.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? That was like Epstein Island. Yes. Shame. So.
Shame.
Oh.
Shame.
Okay. You know what? Miranda Devine. Thank you, Dan, for setting her up. That'll be this coming up Friday in the 11 o'clock hour. But Dan, what do you have?
Yeah, so she spoke on Podforce One, her podcast, today. It released with Caroline Levitt. And Levitt was asked about the Epstein files, and there's been a slight minor development on the story. Nothing from Trump yet, but maybe a glimpse into what we might hear later on today. Take a listen.
If you look at how this Epstein story sort of evolved over the past week, it's classic Washington hoax.
Yes.
You have Democrats on the Oversight Committee leaking redacted information to their favorite reporter at CNN, who then pops the story with that redacted information and does not reveal that the unredacted version is available. And the unredacted version proves that the so-called victim in this email is a woman who is unfortunately deceased, but prior to her death said on numerous occasions that President Trump never did anything wrong.
I'm going to pause right there because I see Linda nodding there. Linda, your thoughts?
No, and I think I said that when we were first looking at this. Like they released just parts of it, and it was and you didn't have the context. And that is the story that the Trump administration is putting out. That poor woman who committed suicide,
Virginia.
She was very, very clear that Trump didn't do anything wrong. Obviously, the White House is doing everything they can to distance Trump from this because this is just it. Like I said, anybody who was anywhere around this man, Americans have every right to really be reviled by that.
Yeah, and he should. By the way, he's rotting in hell as he should. He's dead. But my hope and my prayer is that today, at least, when President Trump signs this into law, the Trump administration has already released an unprecedented, 50,000, tens of thousands of these documents, but we'll get all of the information, hopefully. But my hope and my prayer is that these survivors get some sense of justice, some sense of healing. And then, like you said, Linda, that we come together for just a minute and put the politics aside and say, as a nation, we're going to address this issue differently, whether it's grooming of kids, whether it's in school, in a community, the human all of it,
And this press that's pouncing on this, where were they back in, was it 2008 when Epstein was indicted and he got kind of like almost like a sweetheart deal? Back then, where was the press then? Why were they not banging down the door then?
Where have they been all this time throughout the administrations?
Absolutely.
Hello.
Absolutely.
So one more little clip out of this Miranda Devine podcast with Caroline Levitt.
Was always incredibly friendly in her interactions with him. And so it's a purposeful leak to try to manufacture this news cycle to drag the president. And we've seen this play out so many times. It is a classic playbook of the Democrats using their friends in the fake news to spin up a narrative about the president. And so we just don't tolerate it. We don't give in. We just call it out for what it is. And we move on and we focus on the issues that we know the president was elected on. And I would just add one more thing on Epstein. I mean, the Department of Justice has turned over tens of thousands of pages to the House Oversight Committee and to the American people. I mean, they released everything that's legally releasable online or to the House Oversight Committee. They also tried to move grand juries to unseal documents in various states, and unfortunately those judges declined, and they've been fully cooperating with the House Oversight Committee. So this idea that there's files that the DOJ is hiding or that this administration is not being transparent is just totally false. It's a fallacy. And I understand people have questions, and when you're on the outside, you're skeptical of government, and people should be. But there is literally nothing to hide, and President Trump has maintained that this entire time. And so,
I believe him.
Again, this is a classic playbook being run by the Democrats. And one last thing, it's not a coincidence that this leak came on the morning of the president signing a bill to reopen the government.
We said it on the day when it happened. So some of this I know you've heard, but that was just dropped. But Linda, here's the thing. I want to move on to something lighter and fun for the holidays that you do. That's your tradition. But, just to point this out, it just shouldn't be politicized anymore. Just stop it and do right by these particular survivors and prevent future victims in the future.
I know, but Dawn, we don't have true statesmen running our government. We have politicians, and they're only worried about they're worried about their reputation and getting reelected and getting the soundbite out there and getting on these one of these channels and getting their face out there, and we don't have true, I feel, statesmen anymore who are really interested in their role as leading the American people and doing what's right by the American people. So I hope for change. I'm not sure I have such a rosy outlook as you.
Well, let's, speaking of rosy outlooks, so Linda has some fun traditions. We all have them for the holidays, but I love your games that you play.
Well, yeah.
How did this start?
Well, because first of all, you can't sit around the Thanksgiving table and talk about Epstein or the economy.
You can't?
Oh, gosh.
That would be bad.
Especially because even within families, everyone has a different opinion, and, you're all there to enjoy yourself. So I always sit at the kids' table, which I think is the best table, and we just go around and play games, and the adult table is always really jealous. So like one thing I might do this year is I'll go around and I'll say, okay, who at this table would you choose if you needed to hide a body and keep it secret?
Linda Kearns.
Thank you. Wait, is that a compliment?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Hold on.
Is that something you want to say thank you to?
Well, so let me flip it. Who wouldn't you tell?
I would not tell. Well, at the station, I would not tell
Yeah.
Rich Zeoli because
He'd have to tell everybody.
he would have to tell everybody. And even if he was helping me hide the body, he just probably wouldn't shut up.
Yeah.
And my stress level would.
You
just
know,
go.
I'm going to throw someone under the bus, and I feel bad doing so because he's just such a great guy. I would not trust Jim Kelly to hide the body.
Oh no!
Because Jim is such a you'll walk with him down the hallway.
Blind.
Well, but you also walk down the hallway with him, and just random people you've never talked to in your life. Jim has their entire life story and talks to them. So he's such a talkative, kind individual that I just worry that he would let it slip in one of his daily combos.
Yeah, and he's just such a nice guy. I don't know if I want to drag him into hiding a
That's
body.
true.
That's true too. You don't want to make him complicit in a
Good
crime.
point.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I asked Dawn earlier, she thinks she'd be a good.
I'm the
hiding
keeper of secrets.
Uh.
I keep a secret.
She is.
But what
Yeah.
about the actual, like, okay, we have to hide this body. Like, who's a real doer?
physical.
Like, I think Greg Stocker would just get it done. Like, he would.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like Greg has probably hit some bodies.
Out of that. Listen, though, if you have to dig, I'm the one who does all the yard work, so I got the shovels. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm a digger.
Okay. Well,
You
you
know what I
have
mean?
to dig
Like,
a pretty deep hole
yeah.
for a body.
6 feet at least.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
All
would you do with it?
right. I don't know. See, I would need somebody who would really
Would you chop it
be
up?
able to
I got a
call-
chainsaw.
I mean,
No.
come on, you got. We know we want this guy.
Firing squad.
No, that's why these
I bring
people
it.
often end up getting caught. It's not that
Yeah.
easy to get rid of a body, and people talk, and
Yep.
so
That's the reason they get caught.
Exactly.
Because they tell only one person and they need an accomplice. If you
Yeah.
have nobody else and you never tell, that's how people get away with stuff.
But it's really hard to not tell people things, and even if you say, "Please keep this a secret,"
Oh,
then they tell
totally.
somebody.
Yeah.
There's just no such.
Holy crap!
Totally. Totally agree. So I love your desert island question. This is a good one.
Oh, I did this last year. So I went around to the kids and I gave them each piece of paper and I said, okay, if you had to go to a desert island and you didn't really have to worry about food or clothing, what are the 3 things that you would need that you would bring? And the boys were awesome. They would write things like a knife and a match, like really practical things, a tent. And the girls were working away at it. And when they gave in their list, it was like their Dyson blow dryer.
Oh my gosh.
Their Laneige lip mask and some stuff like I never even heard of.
So
and I said,
embarrassing.
girls. And they it's like they didn't get it. And I know, Dawn, you're the champion of women and you always say we need more women in some of these roles, but I don't know.
Yeah.
They didn't pass that test.
Can I
So
go?
Yeah, I think I'd bring bug spray of some sort or
Bug spray.
oil.
yeah.
You know, depending
yeah.
on where it is. But yeah, the matches, you need
You're
to
really
build
gonna waste?
fire.
No, come on. You don't waste one of your choices on bug spray.
Well, I have sweet meat, so I get like really bitten.
Yeah, me too.
Just call yourself Sweet
I'm
Meat.
a mag sweet meat.
We start calling her Linda Sweet Meat.
Yeah.
Kearns,
Oh, gosh.
where she-
Sweet meat.
I keep forgetting, like you say something on
Yeah,
the radio and
that's
that's going
right.
to be repeated
Sweet
every
meat.
Linda Sweet Meat Kearns.
Yeah,
Your newest addition to the Harlem Globetrotters.
high school cover band.
Maybe I would bring my phone so I could listen to Odyssey on the desert island.
Phone though, it dies.
I know.
So how do you get
Starlink.
the power for the phone?
Bring
No,
your
I know.
Starlink.
Well, that's I actually have my 3. I wrote it down.
Okay, let me hear.
It's a solar panel, Starlink, and a phone.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, because you need to power the Starlink with the solar
Okay.
panel, right?
Okay.
And then you use the phone to connect to the Starlink, and you get yourself off the island.
So you don't need the matches
Oh,
or the bug spray.
right.
That's a good one.
That's really imaginative. Yeah.
I love
Call
it.
for help.
I'm thinking like you're on the island and there's just no hope, so you're just
Yeah, well,
there.
there's always hope, you know.
I would have to bring
Keep
my
hoping.
chapstick. I'm kind of
Keep hoping.
addicted to chapstick. so-
Chapstick, come on, chapstick and bug spray.
Yeah.
We going
Yeah.
for vacation or are we going to
Tea tree oil.
survive?
Linda Kearns, until next time, we got to run. It's always so much fun and the time flies with Linda.
I know.
Sweet Meat Kearns.
Oh gosh, oh my heavens.
I love it.
All right, Dan, I'm warning you, no more pictures of that baby.
No.
No more baby.
no.
Well, show them to me.
Well, thanks, Sweet Meat. I appreciate it.
Sweet Meat. Woohoo.
Linda Sweet Meat Curds.
I love the whistling.
Yeah.
We will be. Thanks.
We got to hear about
here.
Marvin E. Cans.
Marvin E.
first.
Cans.
Yeah.
I know. I forgot to call him this morning. Shoot. And I'm texting Michael because I forgot. I set up the water department. Third time they have to read the meter. They're a meter.
Oh,
like
man.
I thought they do that automatically.
No, because they put a remote thing on there. And so they have to get in the house to like put some new thingamajig.
Oh.
So I'm like, oh, shoot. And it's between noon and 4. So I'm like texting. Is anybody home? Michael, are you home?
Why don't you call Linda Sweet Meat Curds?
I know.
Oh gosh, Dan. Dan, I'm gonna get you. You better just be afraid.
Woo! Got to talk about my friends at Marvin E. Cans, who I forgot to call. So if you're listening, this morning at like 3, the little like on the digital thermostat thingy. I don't know. There's an alarm that it's all this high tech stuff, but I got to call them. Probably nothing big, but Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. I'm so glad that I have the peace of mind of I've got my guys, and they're really good guys. Local, family-owned, military-founded, by the way. Marvin E. Cans. You know, I've told you about this. So one time when they were out, just, the HVAC servicing stuff, and I mentioned to, I think it was Jonathan Cans, we got this lower level office and the lower level there, and there's really not the duct work, and it's either freezing cold, kind of dank, that we don't have the right air circulation. We actually moved our office out of there because it was just musty. So he says, I've got the solution. They installed this Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split. That's what it's called, the mini split. They installed it in the lower levels, a lower level of our house. It's a game changer. It's a wonderful thing. And it's nice. And even on a dreary, wet, mildewy, raw, yucky day like today, nope, you go down there, bone dry, smells great. Total game changer. That's what I'm talking about. I want you to take advantage of this. By the way, tax credits up to $2,000, rebates up to $1,100, expiring soon. One more reason to call my guys. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Conditions continue to dry out through the day today, but it remains mostly cloudy. It'll be cool with a high of around 48. Becoming partly cloudy tonight and chilly, low 36 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. After Thursday, partly sunny and a bit milder with a high 52.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable, it is fast. And for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The bill to release the Epstein files will head to the president's desk after getting approved by the House and Senate. The Philly School District launches a web survey on whether old buildings should be closed or modernized. And 3 Philadelphia restaurants earn a prestigious Michelin star: Her Place Supper Club, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Provenance.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Jim Cipriani at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriani, NPN number 2083768.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Black Friday sales are here, and many consumers complain that the discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
The Black Friday mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Massive savings on GE appliances. Save up to 43%. Wow, 43% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What a busy breaking news all morning. And I know President Trump is expected to take the stage around noon-ish. Pam Bondi, I think she's taking some questions about the release of the Epstein files, because obviously it falls on DOJ now. And because this got congressional approval, as Linda said, and it's important to understand the procedure of all of this. So once Congress passes something, the laws are changed basically. And so that's now it triggers DOJ to be allowed to do what they're going to do. So that, and it's a procedural change, if you will. So now DOJ has to look at it, look at what physically Congress, what did they mandate, and they have to follow the law. So it's different than an executive order, which I think we've seen that in so many different executive orders, how they all get challenged.
Do you want a little bit of Bondi being
Sure.
asked about Epstein?
Yeah.
Here she is. Question. DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the Epstein files would not be released.
Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information
there's information, that new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will continue to provide maximum transparency.
And so with this, Pam Bondi brings up a very interesting point here, and that is, will this sort of empower or embolden other women who were child victims back in the day? Because over the years we've heard that they're very well, obviously not just in America but worldwide. We know there are many more victims and survivors, right? And so will others now come forward, and what will they have to say? But one of the headlines is that the Senate gave President Trump, or the Epstein bill, I should say, would give the AG, Pam Bondi, redaction power. And so she would have, as the AG, she would have, I guess, some discretion here. And looks like a lot of discretion.
Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
But she says maximum transparency. I will say this. I believe it requires her to publish justifications, and then she would have to put them in a register. But what about national security issues? And so if it involves some kind of national security issue, and I'm not just talking about obviously the security of a whistleblower or the security of a witness or someone who testified. Yes, of course, the victims' names, survivors' names, all of their names would be protected. But with regard to national security, I believe that she would have power then to protect national security. I believe that would give her the authority to do so. So there are some discretionary situations here, but I would say I'm just relieved it's coming out. I don't know if you are. I think most of us. I just want to move on, because at the end of the day, these victims, as I've said, I'm happy for them that they get what they wanted. You've heard some of them say that they voted for President Trump. They voted for him because they felt that he would, at the end of the day, do the right thing, and that's why they voted for him for president. I'm glad to hear that. I hope that they find healing and justice within this, but then at that point, move on, learn from it, create new laws, Congress, by the way, to protect future kids, victims of grooming, as well as stop with the human trafficking, find the hundreds of thousands of kids being human trafficked, etc. So get on with it, in other words, and stop politicizing it. Shame on you. Is there anything more, Dan, you have to add, sir?
No, that's what we got from Bondi.
Man, we are teed up. Yeah, I mean, the Dom Giordano show, usually we get the breaking news during our 10 to noon slot. It looks to me like Dom is going to have a ton of breaking news on top of everything that he's planned, right? Because we're going to have Trump signing this.
Yeah.
We're going to have more from Pam Bondi, Dom Giordano.
Trump summit, yeah.
Yeah, the Trump summit.
Woo.
Wow.
What you got, Dom?
You have a lot.
Yeah, Dawn, I'm going to lead with the military, particularly Chrissy Houlihan, committing an act that is so dangerous, so reprehensible. Out in horsey country, do they know what their congressperson's about? That's the military people. Bring it up. You don't have to follow orders, essentially. It is stunning to me. I think she's running against Fetterman in the next Senate race because she's been doing stuff like this just in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, she's shameful. And remember, our friend Neil Young ran against her.
Oh, yeah,
school
absolutely.
Teacher.
Yeah.
And I hope she goes for a run to
Yes.
give Neil some space here.
Yeah. That's a bonus.
And,
Absolutely.
Wow, that's a great topic. And we have not talked about that all morning, Dom, because there's been so much breaking news and other stories. So this is fantastic.
Well, thanks, Dawn.
Dom Show right now.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Welcome. So I've already tried this material out off Broadway, and it was amazing, the response. The producer told me, don't go to any more calls. We just can't put them up quickly enough. I filled in last night on a national show, and I asked for some military people, and I'm asking right now. And the thing that infuriated me, of course, is what I'm going to play you that Democrats said in this 1-minute clip out of nowhere, attacking the commander-in-chief powers of the President of the United States. That's what they're doing. I'm not going to be crazy like they are and scream sedition, but it's un-American. It's unpatriotic what they're doing. Even all of them have military service. And not one, but two of them are here in Pennsylvania. Deluzio, who's delusional, and the Houlihan out in horsey country. What they're doing in this clip is reminding, I would more than reminding, they are encouraging another wall of resistance. Now, it's one thing to do no kings and the goofballs in Havertown, and we're going to resist. even politically, some low-ranking person in the agriculture department says, hell no, I'm going to slow walk whatever Trump wants, which is problematic. Deep state and all that, remember that? But when you have a bunch of people who either worked in the CIA or the military encouraging something that is so extremely rare, we're trying to get Colonel Alan West on talk about this, and that is, I'm not going to follow that order. That is an unconstitutional, an illegal order. I think somebody told me last night the immorality. So I had a guy call me who was a Marine for years, talked about basic training, and they were saying things like, you can't shoot a prisoner if they've surrendered, even if an order. That's an illegal order. You can't rape women. Me lie, something like that, right? Of course, these are not only outrageous, they're specific. So what are these Democrats trying to do? They're trying to open another front against Trump as the commander-in-chief. And they're getting away with it because the Philadelphia Inquirer doesn't even tell their readers what they're up to, even though one of the principals is Chrissy Houlihan, who last week interrupted Mike Johnson's news conference to bother him, saying he works for me also. She's running. She's testing the waters, the squad member, to run against Fetterman. I know it's a lot down the road. That's what I think is happening. All right, listen to this. You'll hear her. You'll hear Mark Kelly, who usually I don't think does this. You'll hear Senator Slotkin from Michigan, who was in the CIA, DeLuzio, Crow, and the other woman's from New Hampshire. It's only about a minute, and it's slickly put together. But it's outrageous. Look, like any institution, the military has nutbags out there. They have some loose cannons also. They may hate Trump. So these loose cannon nutbags, they get fired up because of this, activated, if you will, triggered. We're not dealing with somebody refusing to do an order for Trump to virtue signal. We're dealing with where people get shot. I mean, Jack Nicholson's character, Colonel Jessup, is repugnant, to put it mildly, in what he did in A Few Good Men. But if you remember, I think he was winning the argument until we went into the Code Red with Tom Cruise about people don't follow orders, people die. These people are not just silly, they're not just woke. People die in this situation. We're talking about sedition, not in a legal sense, in the broadest sense of the power of the commander-in-chief. All right, so here are the Democrats, this 1-minute piece. Cut 5.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
Like us. You all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
All right, the horns playing in the background here with this. Here's the biggest problem with this. Specifically, if you are going to recklessly jump into something like this, you got to tell us the specific area where you're calling upon this chaos to undercut directly the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief. I'd say the same thing with Biden and Obama, who were unconstitutional. They said, let them in. Let hordes of people here illegally into the country. Stand down. You can't do anything. Look that up, Chrissy Houlihan, in your Constitution, your pocket guide. See if it's in there, you clown. So they're all over the place. They talk about putting the military in direct conflict with American citizens. So are they talking about ICE? Those are not American citizens. Those are people that are here illegally. Are they talking about the Venezuelan gunboat stuff? Is that what do they want to get into this? Now, this issue, in my mind, ultimately, will cut almost as strongly against Democrats as the trans issue in women's sports. That's how bad it will be. If you've been in the military, I'd love to get you in. 855-839-1210. Out of nowhere, calling this up with no context. Shouldn't they at least have to say disturbing, blowing up these Venezuelan drug boats? Do they want to have that debate? Do they really think America's going to side with them on this? What's the military doing to American citizens? What are they talking about? And by the way, Houlihan's background, I'm one of the few people to talk about that, is suspect in another way. She was the executive of a, quote, clothing company made in China, a sports apparel, that I have a lot of doubts about. What is it with these Democrat progressive women here? Madeline Deans, the Inquirer said they're making bikes in China exploiting people. Not me, the Inquirer. Houlihan, the clothing executive, before she went to Congress. All right, so right here in our backyard, and they put on that moderation, the civility, lecturing us. Mary Gay Scanlon, the Dean of Decency, and the Houlihan. Horsey country again. What in the world are they talking about? If you're going to bring up something, I don't even know if we know the numbers, how rare this is. That people say, I refuse that order, it's illegal. You know, there's a moment in Saving Private Ryan, are they going to shoot the prisoner or not? And even that isn't an order from Hanks, it's what they want to do. Hanks doesn't give them even an illegal order, even though it's sort of in that context of following orders with the sergeant. And Ben Affleck. 855-839-1210. Out of nowhere, with Epstein raging and everything else, this is what they come up with. All right, I'm going to take some calls straight up on this. And again, if you have military service particularly, what were you told about an illegal order? And were you told, particularly in a combat situation, how difficult this must be? I haven't seen any of them out there today explaining themselves on this. The media going to, and the Philadelphia Inquirer, to the best of my knowledge, hasn't even reported this. With Houlihan being one of the main culprits here, or heroes. Are they just juiced up off the no kings nonsense that now they're asking the military to resist? Everybody in the military knows about the illegal order, but it's an extremely rare thing. What illegal order or orders are they claiming? And they vaguely say, well, you know, Trump trashes the Constitution. That's not good enough here. You're not sitting on the bench. You're not the another rogue judge or anything. You got to be talking about an order here that is illegal. What is the illegal order? Why will they not say that? It makes them even more reckless, more craven, more just. You have to deal with these people again, defeat them every single one at every level that they run for. 855-839-1210. I'll give you the side question coming up. We're going to talk with our guy, E.J. Antoni, about all things economic at 12:30. And we have the senator who's mainly involved with going after Josh Shapiro and PennDOT. And PennDOT essentially told him, go to hell. It's Chrissy Noem's fault that this maniac from Uzbekistan ends up not only with a CDL license, he's here illegally, terrorism charges in another country, but he gets a real ID. Republicans are saying the right things. I think they have to go wilder over this. They have to take some kind of action that's going to force some kind of hearing, some kind of an investigation on this. They ought to be saying we're doing it today. Whoever, the Senate pro tempore ought to say, that's it, we're doing an investigation on this. We're holding a hearing. You're subpoenaed PennDOT, and I would subpoena 50 of them, 100 of them. Bring them to Harrisburg, make them tell us point by point, how did this guy get a CDL, and how did he get a real ID? All right, Marianne in Collegeville. She's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Marianne, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry.
Hey, Don, how are you?
Good.
I was calling because I wanted to make a couple points here. One, when you take an oath, you're swearing to defend the Constitution. In our day, you weren't allowed to wear a uniform to a political function, and you weren't allowed to have a political chatter. Your vote was your vote, but the goal of the military was to be just like their uniform in protecting the country and the oath to the Constitution. And that means with the president as your commander-in-chief. And that stupid video, there are young, impressionable people in the military who are going to take that as, well, if I disagree with that order, then that means I can disobey that order. And then they're going to be in a world of trouble with a court-martial or, being punished in some measure or fashion. And the whole thing is without context. It doesn't say what it's referring, why it came out. And I find it objectionable and borderline traitorous. And
Marianne, that was a great call. I like what you said, too. There could be two things. There could be people that hate Trump and might be a loose cannon, or somebody who's a patriot young, and they think what this means is this seems to be wrong to them in some way, shape, or form, whatever. And they're going to act on it here because of this being propelled, and they're going to be the victim of these Democrats.
That, and I think it's more than one. And I'm reading a great book now by James Patterson about Stand in My Boots or something like that. And it goes, in one story, it describes how a young soldier misconstrues the meaning of, does he have to obey an order?
Mm-hmm.
And the commander has to describe to him, yes, this is a lawful order. And if you don't obey your orders in a timely fashion, many, many other people can be injured or killed. And I think putting out a video like that was just so irresponsible. I can't even, I don't know what to say. It disgusts me. And I guess I've said enough, so you have other guests.
Thank you, Marianne. I appreciate it. Please call again. Thank you, Marianne. And look, the complicity of the, maybe the Inquirer, the 300 or 500 people, whatever they have that work over there, maybe they'll get around to this. And then they'll talk to Houlihan. What's the context, lady? Come on the show, just for once. I'll shut up first 5 minutes. Spill your guts on all this. Then I might ask you about Chinese sweatshops, though. Yeah, we might have to, talk about exploiting labor in China. What was your company doing in that regard? Following the guidance of the Dean of Decency and her husband and the bicycle stuff? All right, 855-839-1210. If you have military experience, this is a rare thing. It's break in case of fire. It's extreme. And I gave you what people in the military were telling me they were told in basic training. All right, here's what that means. Here's what it would take. And they were also admonished, if you're under fire, you're in combat. Might not be the time that you bring something like this up, that even that could be problematic. And yet, they're telling the intelligence community, too, not just the military. They're telling them, disobey Trump. Don't do it. They're saying, essentially, when I hear that, Trump is a walking illegal order. Not only that, how do they know what's constitutional and what's not? Based on what? The Supreme Court could change tomorrow. Yeah, well, it was unconstitutional here. Well, you didn't read the opinion. They changed it a week ago. Oh. This is going to have repercussions across the military. These people are insidious, every single one of them. And the people in the Philadelphia suburbs continue to vote. You may vote in all these women that are obnoxious, but you don't get to lecture us about civility and everything else. I'm not engaging with a Chinese sweatshop. 855-839-1210. Our listeners are not involved exploiting people in that manner. Think about it, the Dean of Decency. It's a whole gang here, and it's the same thing that they do. They're moderate in tone. They get away with it. Well, they're starting. Guy Shiraki's been making his point not to be so moderate. Houlihan last week, what happened to civility? Interrupts Mike Johnson's press conference. You don't do that. You want to talk to him, you can talk to him, you can do whatever, but the media is there. He's taking questions, and she just says, I'm going to ask you a question too. Wow, that's civility. Are the voters aware of any of this stuff in the suburbs? Can they once examine the records of all these blonde women, including the one, well, they did, and the one got ousted in Lehigh County? All right, side question coming up. We'll talk with E.J. Antoni, too, coming up, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Okay, if you get the diagnosis wrong, it happens. Doctors are not 100%. But in that short-term period, that first year, all right, you tried pill A, did that for 6 to 8 weeks, it didn't work. Maybe you changed the dose, you went to a different brand or a slightly different variation of prescribed or whatever. Isn't it trial and error in the initial stages anyway? Amazing how we are the best at so many things in this country.
Oh, my goodness.
And then on fronts like this, we're just an unmitigated disaster by our own greed.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Now, you know my happy place is the beautiful Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey, and I absolutely love it around the holidays because they have everything you need to make this season unforgettable, and Cape May goes all out for Christmas. From now through December 18th, 2025, enjoy a fabulous midweek fall escape. When you book a multi-night stay, you're going to receive 10% off your room rate plus resort credits, good at Hemingway's Restaurant and Bar, or the gift shop. If you're planning a weekend getaway, don't miss the Grand Escape weekends. Perfect for couples or friends looking to relax and reconnect. And make your holiday plans too at the Grand Hotel because the kids will love that heated indoor saltwater pool, and so will you. And the Grand Hotel is the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Just call my friend Caitlin. She was named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the event of your dreams. Always book direct with them for the best rates. Visit GrandHotelCapeMay.com, GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty?
Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year.
Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch.
The what now?
The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of 2025. 0% financing available.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Last night, the Epstein thing on CNN, I caught a little bit of it with our special guest for Politics and Pints. This will be cut 9. Scott Jennings was dealing with this liberal film producer And he said, this is an IQ test, something like that, and I'll play it, and you're failing it. That led to the other panelist jumping in because the guy was black and the other panelist was black, going after Jennings, and that led to a battle over racism. I mean, Scott Jennings is the hottest guy out there when it comes to conservatism in the media that we've seen in quite a while. Here's a little bit of how it sounded.
That is because they're under a great deal of pressure from all corners of the sort of Trump movement with real threats and threats of lawsuits. And I think that to the extent that they have been standing up, and by the way, only a small number of them have been standing up, they've done so with a great deal of bravery. And I think that, look, this is one step along the way. We still need to see if Trump signs it, and we still need to see how his executive branch will actually roll these files out, if they do at all. Personally, I'm not optimistic, but I'd be very happy to see Trump prove me wrong. I think the bigger issue here, and I really think it's important that we step back from the Democrats versus Republicans versus Trump thing and talk about the fact that what we're talking about here is over 1,000 women, according to the Trump FBI, who were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein, young girls and women. And, you know, I try to put that in perspective. Imagine your average American high school. Every girl at that high school, and the high school at the town over, and the high school at the town over from that. And I really don't think this is a Democrats versus Republicans versus Trump issue. This is a powerful men who did very bad things, and they're victims. And there's really only one side that, at least the way that I was raised, it makes sense to stand on. And I really have real questions for anybody who is trying to obfuscate or diminish what's actually going on here. And again, Scott, you keep saying, well, he didn't do anything, there's no indication of criminality. If that's true, he should be elated that we're putting these things out.
It's not if that's true, it is true. Can you name any evidence?
I would like to see the evidence. What I'm saying is...
You think after 10 years of public life, you wouldn't know it already?
No, I don't. That's exactly the point.
Oh, my goodness.
Scott,
this is an IQ test. Don't fail it. Come on, man.
Scott,
10 years Donald Trump has been in public life.
That's embarrassing.
Scott, it is an IQ test. I mean, for 10 years, we haven't heard any names. So you really think that no one's involved?
No, obviously, Larry Summers was involved, Stacey Plaskett was involved. There's all kinds of people involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
If someone was involved, we would know about it, they would be prosecuted, it would be done and dusted. The last 10 years, no one has been prosecuted for this. Is that a sign that nothing has happened?
No, absolutely not.
So then
my
why
question,
are you saying
my question
that
directly,
is the case for
my
Trump?
question directly to him is if.
All right, and the question went on to talk about the implication with Trump, where there is none here. So don't forget, Politics and Pints. Scott Jennings will be on before December 9th. Where I'm working on that as we speak during the show. But we got him December 9th, our next Politics and Pints at a great spot, Colonial Theater. You may have been there before. We were over there before with the four hosts. The gravy sauce to base kind of took over from everything else. But Scott will be here, the brand new book, talking extensively with Trump and Elon Musk. But inside, and I hope to put a montage together of him facing down a lot, like last night's. Could be one of them, because then there was a follow-up. And the host just goes after Jennings now, almost routinely, as opposed to anybody else. Get those tickets now, 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. We hope to see you there. If Scott survives me driving him out there and dinner and everything else, it's going to be a fun night. All right, and we're already working that up. There'll be a lot of stuff. I may have to teach him the two-footed driving technique on the way and then there. 1210WPHT.com. Don't forget the meet and greet part is a large part. It is a great value. You're backstage. You get to interact with him. I'm there with you. It's a lot of fun to see what people, and I kind of eavesdrop, what are they interested in, and I kind of work that into the show. All right, the side question today, and we'll take your answers right after EJ and Tony, is, Henry, the Kindle was founded or started yesterday, right? Or today?
Correct,
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
Debuted.
The Kindle used to be seen as cutting-edge technology. So we're looking for something that maybe even appeared to be, wow, the next big thing. Could be a person, could be a thing, a product. And then relatively shortly after that, it got phased out, if not obsolete. It's just not hot. It's not that. And with technology, man, this could happen instantly. I'm going to take off. I've told the story many times. I was doing overnights at WWDB. And I saw on Drudge, wow, it's going to revolutionize the world. What was it? The Segway.
Yeah.
When I saw it, he teased it for 4 hours. When I saw it at about 5:15, I was on until 5:30, talking to the morning host, Paul W. Smith. You going to ride a Segway? And the last I saw them, they're in a parking lot, 4 of them, over at 5th and Market, where there's some tourism. And occasionally you see people out there, they give you the helmet, and they go out.
Oh, my God.
There's only that number.
I can't
and they're in this
believe that.
parking lot where we used to park. They're stored there. That's it. No guards, no nothing.
No, why would
revolution.
you guard them?
Oh, the Segway. People are not going to be walking. They're going to be driving around in Segways all over the place. All right. What's yours, Henry?
Yeah, I guess people do it. They just don't want to look that goofy anymore.
Yeah.
You know, they have their automated skateboards and bikes and whatever,
right,
not
exactly,
just, you know.
Exactly, sure.
Yeah, so I think the one person I'm going to take off was actually the answer yesterday's winner.
Okay.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Okay.
I mean, this guy was anointed the next crypto king, founded FTX. You know, he had arenas being named after his company, and lo and behold, oh, no, that was complete fraud. I mean, a guy couldn't have been, handpicked by all the rich Americans out there saying this guy's the future, this guy's this guy's that. You know what? You know what he is now? He's in jail. That's all he is now. He's just another inmate. And you know what? A product I'll take off. Well, I guess you can't really call it a product, but the way to pay for things now. I mean, cash, it's just become obsolete.
Oh, that's it.
I go to the supermarket, I go to the self-checkout. There's no option to pay with cash. No, if I wanted to do that, I'd have to wait in line with everybody else and go through the checkout like a normal person, where this, I can just walk up, tap, get those points on my credit card. Oh, man, there's nothing better than paying with the credit card.
Yeah, until identity theft, or you have to bribe a guy on the Schuylkill Expressway to get you out of the jam. Then you have to slip him a 50. Yeah. All right, Kirk, how about you?
All right, so I have 2, and I might get some blowback. I think it's the landline that's gone obsolete.
Yeah,
we all have smartphones, Echo Henry. And the second, I think I'm getting blowback maybe, newspapers, because everything is on your phone, computer, internet. So that's my 2.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I held a newspaper. I know when. So Greg left his newspaper out here, and I picked it up and read it at home. That was it.
Yeah. I'm sad I missed out on kind of like aggressively reading your newspaper in public places like the train or like a park bench.
The Sunday afternoon Inquirer.
Opening up.
It was great.
Never got to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, you sit there with your phone or your whatever other device. Not the same. All right, so we'll get to all your calls. Hit us with that. Get your name into the running. The great E.J. Antoni with us. Had him on this national show the other night. Brilliant stuff. Affordability. What does he say about the 50-year mortgage, among other things? And I might ask him about the Saudis. You know what? When they get out of town, I can't even look at the screen on Fox. I'm like, get them out of here. I know President Trump, big deals with them. Good. Now get them out of here. Just go back to Saudi Arabia. 855-839-1210.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
It's Philly sports put to music. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to Cardinal O'Hara High School in Delaware County, November 22nd.
I was shocked. The singing, everything was great.
Oh, wonderful. I had a great time, man.
Memories of climbing in the vet. That was awesome.
I'm not a big sports fan, and I enjoyed it.
It's just an amazing event.
The show is fantastic.
Awesome as you go.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to Cardinal O'Hara High School, November 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com! Oh.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've loved our tour events in Italy, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed just for you, our listeners at 1210. We're discovering Europe's best-kept secret, stunningly beautiful Portugal. Dining at wineries that rival the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia. Portugal isn't just the playground of the world's jet set. It's the land of Vasco da Gama and Magellan, and we'll learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, and Cascais alone are worth the crossing, but we're going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany, the Douro Valley. Santiago de Compostela in Spain draws pilgrims in a passionate way, and we're going to learn why. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. I'll see you at Bellum Tower. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, one of our favorites, Dom Giordano's show. It's always a good day here when Dr. E.J. Antoni's with us. He is the chief economist and Richard Astor Fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Grover M. Herman Center for the federal budget. That's got to be a big building, EJ. Federal budget, that probably takes up 10 blocks then in Washington, right?
Maybe a little more than that, actually.
Yeah. You got to have teams of people there. No, the Heritage is a great spot to broadcast from also. So, EJ, we talked the other night a little bit. How are you feeling with the affordability thing and some of the moves the Trump administration's made, even in the last couple days?
Dom, the word I would use is progress, right?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't fixed the problem. There still is very much an affordability crisis in this country, but I think 2 things can be true at the same time. You can say we have made progress and we haven't actually solved the entire problem yet. And that's really not surprising. I'm left scratching my head, honestly, Dom, at the number of people who are saying, oh my gosh, he has been in office 3 seconds. Why hasn't he fixed this yet? Maybe it's because we didn't get here overnight and we're not going to get out of it overnight. And I don't think anybody ever said we were going to. It wasn't as if 4 years worth of problems were going to disappear in 4 seconds. But again, we've made progress. We're not going to rest on our laurels. There's still more work to do to make life affordable for the average American.
Now, this one affects you and me. The pasta industry here in Philadelphia is appalled. Are we going to see a 107% tariff on Italian-made pasta?
I think we're going to see a deal worked out, honestly, between Meloni over in Italy and President Trump, or at least Scott Bessent and the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. My guess is we're going to have some kind of deal worked out to avoid a lot of these tariffs. Or if we do get the tariffs, they're not going to be in place very long, again, before some kind of deal is worked out. Look at what's happened with China. I mean, we had higher tariffs on them than anybody else. That continuously got ratcheted up as the rhetoric got worse and worse between China and between the United States, until finally China realized, we can't keep this going forever. We just got the latest trade deficit info today, actually. We have seen the trade deficit with China truly collapse over the last several months. And that's because China can't play this game as long as we can. So they're giving in. And now the tariffs on Chinese products have come down as we negotiate things like the rare earth mineral deal,
right.
Fentanyl, trying to stop all of the fentanyl that's coming into this country and killing Americans. The tariffs have proven to be an incredibly effective bargaining chip in this president's pocket.
I use that as a metric in my mind, junior economist, EJ, the trade deficit, yet the new think seems to be trying to say, maybe some of it's just anti-Trump. Come on. Trade deficit with X, Y, and Z, it doesn't matter. Okay, I get it with Vietnam. They couldn't be on our level. But with China, I think it really is a good metric toward what you're talking about.
And Dom, the trade deficit sometimes gets a bad rap because of the word deficit. That just has such a negative connotation to it, right? But it's not always a pejorative. For most of this country's history, we had a trade deficit. I'll give you one very long period that I think illustrates it quite well. From even before our nation was founded, back to pre-revolutionary times, all the way through the Gilded Age, we had a trade deficit every year except for 7 years. And I can tell you which ones they were. They were during the Revolutionary War and during the War of 1812. For some reason, the British Empire didn't want to trade with us very much. And then also there were 3 years of banking panics. And that basically meant that Americans didn't have enough money to buy anything from abroad. So the trade deficit went away. But during the entire time when we had that trade deficit, the flip side of that, of the other side of the same coin, so to speak, was an investment surplus. This is what we call the Alexander gains from trade. In other words, foreigners were taking all of the money that we were paying them for stuff, and they were turning around and reinvesting that money here in the United States. This is the deal that President Trump just got with Saudi Arabia the other day, where they're going to invest $1 trillion. Well, where did they get that $1 trillion to invest here in the United States? It's the money we gave them for their oil. So this is really a win-win for the United States when that is your trade deficit. But when your trade deficit is selling off productive assets like American farmland to the Chinese Communist Party, that's not a win-win. That is short-term gain for long-term pain. That's where a trade deficit becomes bad.
Now, EJ, as I see it, I've talked about that. I may have talked with you about it the other night, too. You have the grocery store prices. Those things might be transitory, those kind of things. But the housing crisis is a big one, and it creates despondency among those first-time home buyers, median age 40 now. So we have people float out ideas. I don't know if that guy's been heard from that came up with a 50-year mortgage. If you were there sitting in the Oval Office and they come in, 50-year mortgage, Mr. President, go with that, maybe even 100, what would you be saying?
Well, I hope that man hasn't been heard from anymore because it was such a horrible idea. Look, here's the problem with the 50-year mortgage, Dom. It may sound great from the standpoint of, hey, for the average first-time home buyer, this is going to reduce your monthly payment by roughly $200 a month. Wow, that's great. $200 a month can go a long way today, right? All right, but in exchange for that, you have 20 years of additional payments, and it's virtually all interest. And so you're not only exploding the amount of total interest that you have to pay over the life of this loan, but on top of that, what's the average family? How long does the average family stay in a home after they buy it? Only about 12 years or so. Well, over the course of those 12 years, how much equity are you going to build when it's a 50-year mortgage? Virtually none, because your initial payments, your initial years are all just interest. There's almost nothing paid towards principal. And so this is basically a way to create perpetual renters, not a way to actually increase affordability. And as proof of that, it's not just in the math, which is very clear, but also you can think of it just from a philosophical standpoint. What does this do to address the underlying mismatch of supply and demand? Nothing. It doesn't do anything.
No, absolutely. What would address that? Is there anything in the near future, say within a year or two, that could address that?
Well, certainly the deportation of illegal aliens is going to be a huge help. I mean, you're talking about in just 4 years, Biden imported over 10 million people illegally. But whatever the case, whether it was legal or not, the fact is those people all came here and needed a place to stay, and they're occupying dwellings that therefore can't be occupied by Americans. That represented a huge surge in demand for housing, and it was not matched by an increase in supply. And can we please dispense with this silly notion that somehow all of these illegal aliens are in the construction industry and are building homes, and if we deport them, then the home construction is going to plummet? If that was true, then we should have seen a huge increase in home construction and in employment within that section of the construction industry when all of those people came here illegally. But we didn't. We never saw that big increase. So why would we see a decrease when we kick those people back out? It's absolute nonsense.
Is there
a little longer term than a year is we have to address the supply concern, and we need to build more homes.
Is there any industry do you think that we would really be hit with if we saw massive self-deportations, even bigger, EJ? I agree with you on construction. People will take those jobs. They'll be involved in them. I guess like meat packing, something like that. Would that be a problem?
No, because we have so many Americans sitting on the sidelines right now. Now, I do think, Dom, that what you need to do at the same time you remove illegal aliens is you need to reform the welfare state in this country. One of the really devastating things that the Biden admin did was they greatly increased who could actually be eligible for these programs, and so literally millions of Americans decided to leave the labor force and just go on the dole.
Yeah. EJ, what are you working on right now? What's imminent? What's next up for you?
Big project I'm just wrapping up is looking at how the average American's 401k has done this year under President Trump. And the very good news is that after you inflation adjust everything, the average American's 401k has almost made up all of the ground it lost under the 4 years of the Biden administration.
Wait a minute now. I look at mine twice a day. You can't tell me after what Biden did to me that Trump made that up.
Believe it or not, Don, believe it or not, because so much – look, here's the thing. It's not just nominal, right? It's not just the dollars. It's what those dollars can buy.
Yes.
That got hammered so badly under Biden, especially the bond market. Bond market got crushed under Biden. We have seen such a great recovery this year with almost no inflation. That combination has meant that we've regained most of the ground we lost in the previous 4 years, which is a pretty stunning reversal.
That is big. When is that out, EJ?
We're hoping to have that published within the next couple of weeks. So here you go. Okay. You guys just got the heads up on it.
Thank you, EJ, very much. Where do we follow you on Twitter, on X?
The handle there is @RealEJAntoni.
Thank you, EJ. Have a great Thanksgiving. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dom. Same to you.
Dr. E.J. Antoni from the Heritage Foundation. I got to see that paper. That's going to be hard to make up for what Biden did. All right, we got you on the military thing we led off with. I'm coming to your calls on that. And the side question. We had great ones today from Henry and Kirk. Ones that something was really hot, person, place, thing, product, and the shelf life was not that great. And you go, well, yeah, that was once unbelievable. I can remember when a fax machine, I had one right by the bedside. I was on overnights and, here's the fax.
I got another one for you if you want it.
Go ahead.
I thought about taking it, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Back in October 9th, 2016, it was a Donald Trump-Hillary Clinton debate.
Right.
And a man in a red sweater, a husky man in a red sweater, the white shirt, and a silly mustache, got up to ask a question, took the internet by storm.
Right.
Do you remember his name?
I don't remember the name, though.
Ken Bone. Yeah. That's why, so the look of this guy, the name, the everything, the demeanor, the mustache, it just kind of all went viral. He's just such a flash in the pan right there. He kind of thought he'd be big for a second, and then it's like, oh, where did that guy go?
Exactly.
I think he's still walking around the same outfit, being like, look at me, I'm Ken Bone. It's like, who?
It's not even a 24-hour wonder now. It's like 5 seconds.
The
Haktua.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Got her internet fame, did the rug pull on a coin, and then haven't seen her since.
Imagine your New York Mets having her throughout the first pitch. It probably was a spitball.
Grimace and the Rizzler.
Yeah, she definitely was thrown a spitball, without a doubt, among other things. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Coming to your calls next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My job's not to get Jack Ciattarelli elected. My job is not to have Dave McCormick win. My job is to get ratings so I get a new contract. My job is to generate revenue so I'm financially irreplaceable. And my job is to give you some entertainment, try to inform you by doing some research, even though I haven't mastered run versus ran. I can't educate you on certain things, but by spending some time and doing some research, maybe provide you a factoid that you didn't have the time to look for. That's my job.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Just in time for Thanksgiving, the Sit in Style sale is underway at Bucks County Estate Traders. Purchase a set of dining chairs and have them beautifully reupholstered for just $50 per chair, plus materials. Choose from hundreds of high-quality fabrics and let our in-house experts refresh your dining space with custom upholstery that fits your home's unique style. Bring new life to your dining room this holiday season. But hurry, the offer ends November 20th. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or stop by the Hatfield showroom today.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details. Picture this. You're halfway through a DIY car fix and boom, you're missing a part. It's okay, because whatever it is, it's on eBay. And it's guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano. So we played you fired up right after the show. And last night, nationally, on this national show, it was nuts. The volume of calls was unprecedented. And not one said, oh, yeah, good for the Democrats. They're warning people about all these illegal orders Trump is giving. Media, incurious. Philadelphia Inquirer still hasn't covered it. When they do, they'll have some cockamamie expert who, was disgruntled in the military. Well, there's a point there. What's the point? What are they talking about that Trump is giving illegal orders about? Using the military on American citizens. People here illegally are not American citizens. Are we talking about the Venezuelan stuff? Let's discuss it. Let's go to Bill in Monco. Bill is on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, good afternoon. You probably know my military background from previous calls, but I was part of the cleanup of a situation in the American military where an unlawful order was given. And I can tell you that story, in another time. So I know what an unlawful order looks like. Like I said, having, been part of the cleanup in that situation. None of the orders, whether it's the Federalized National Guard in Chicago, American cities going in, the narco terrorists, hitting the boats with the Hellfire missiles. None of those have been unlawful orders. Now, you can question the judgment of them, but from a strict military standpoint, UCMJ, they were not unlawful orders. And I made a comment on LinkedIn because this same discussion was going around. And I think in the case of the narco terrorist, the Southcom commander that's going to retire early, if he really thinks that's an unlawful order, he's duty bound to resist it right now, to refuse the order right now, to stand for a court-martial, to be judged by a jury of his peers, which would be fellow flag officers, and test the legalities, show some courage, profound courage. If it's really that bad, and it's a legal order coming for commander-in-chief, he's duty bound right now to resist it or not obey it. not retire and then collect his retirement and then get a board position with some defense contractor. But I agree with you. Being a retired general officer, what they're putting out, Kelly and Houlihan and all those, that is really subverting the chain of command. And they're going to get away scot-free because they're not in uniform. They're not going to suffer any penalties as a result. They might get donations, political donations and points. But it's a shame because they're setting a stage where they're actually they're encouraging insurrection within the military itself.
And Bill, they're going to get
anything like it.
They
Dom.
might get somebody youngish, whatever, and thinks he's doing the right thing, not even hating Trump, but he hears all this stuff, and that kid, that person, male or female, is going to get in big trouble. And nothing. The one I'm not surprised at Slotkin or even Houlihan. Mark Kelly, though, is surprising to me. I don't agree with him on some stuff. But doesn't he strike you? He knows better than to get engaged in this.
Yeah, he seemed pretty buttoned up to me. I mean, he believes he's been peddling the fascist nonsense and all that, but he's been pushing the envelope, but he hasn't pushed it too far. Now he's pushed it too far. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, Bill. Thank you, and as always,
can I get my side question?
Oh, sure, go right ahead. Yes.
Yes. I'm going to say the Concorde. The supersonic passenger jet is supposed to revolutionize travel, and it's not even doesn't even exist anymore.
All right, guess who is subsidizing this to a degree? That's not quite. They're doing tests on it again. The evil NFL. Why do you think the evil NFL is doing that?
For the NFL games overseas.
Yes, if they can cut the travel
athletes,
time in half, they're going to put franchises in Europe.
Exactly.
Oh God. It never ends. Thank you, Bill. Yeah, I just read they were testing it again in the desert. And the NFL is the biggest backer of this. And they're saying, well, if it only takes 4 hours to get to London or wherever, oh, man, we'll put a franchise there. People coming around to my point of view. I think they won't come around to my point of view because they like NFL football too much. Then they'd have to admit, oh, man, I'm a sucker. They'll do anything they want to me. I understand completely. I mean, I still watch the Sixers. So who am I to throw stones?
Biggest sucker of all watching the Sixers.
Who am I to throw stones here? But, the NFL Wall Street Journal, big story, is supporting the testing, development, really monitoring, sending their people there. And they're convinced if you can get it down to 4 hours, then you could have franchises, at least in London. I'm not sure where else.
Yeah. We won't be playing in the NFC East anymore.
That's right. Well, the NFC East will say Piccadilly.
Yeah. We're going to have the Frankfurt Galaxy and the Hamburg Sea Devils. Yeah.
Can you imagine these Eagles fans? They'll probably fly over there. Oh, yeah. Why not? We're going to pack the house.
Oh, absolutely. They'd fly over
Well, if you get 20 people, you'll pack the house for these games. Can you imagine how boring and just NFL football in Piccadilly Circus?
Well, people are finding out that the concessions overseas are wildly different, and it's upsetting people.
Oh, I can imagine. Absolutely. All righty, it's 855-839-1210. A little bit later, we're going to talk with Senator Jarrett Coleman. He's the Republican pushing back now against Josh Shapiro, and Josh Shapiro's people are pushing back. They're blaming Kristi Noem, saying, hey, we're just following what the feds say. Why a guy from Uzbekistan, if a guy's in line and can't read English and everything else, you're going to give him a real ID? You're going to give him a CDL? No. This demands Republicans got to say, not after Thanksgiving, not after the new year. They have the power. The Senate pro tem, just say we're holding a hearing right now, and we're subpoenaing every one of these people, starting with Josh Shapiro. Bring him in. How was this maniac allowed an 18-wheeler? They caught him in Kansas, terrorist in another country, here illegally. They want to blame somebody. I don't care, as long as somebody's held accountable on this. Do it now. You have the power. You can institute the hearings. You don't have to wait for anybody. All right, 855-839-1210. And we'll also talk with Joe Concha, one of our all-time favorites. He's working on that book, The 99 Most Unlikable Persons. So get ready. Don't say the usual ones. Come on. You can't say Nancy Pelosi anymore. Yeah. Come up with a new one.
I'm sure there's some one-hit wonders that can make their way into this book as well.
Well, who is a good question, and you can hit me on my Twitter. You can call in. Who is the unlikable person now? You're still not going to say Hillary, lock her up. Come on, we're tired. We're tired of Pelosi. Jasmine Crockett doesn't have enough name recognition, I don't think.
No, not yet.
So is it a female? Is it a male? It's not Chuck Schumer. Nah, you're not going to get crazy over Chuck Schumer. It's not Hakeem Jeffries. Who is it that the juices flow just at the mere mention of their name? Larry Krasner? For me, yeah, but he's too local. Not a national figure. Who's the national figure? Henry, do you think they have one? I don't know if there is one right now.
I don't think so, no.
No, I don't think it would be AOC. AOC doesn't.
That's like that's what I was thinking. That's like the closest one, but at the same time, yeah, it's like.
I see the upside that she has in addition to the downside. Yeah, so I don't see going there with that. Who is it that sets you off? You can't go with the oldies. You can't say Budweiser. The Budweiser area's out.
Well, he set anybody off. He set himself off.
Right, I know, but it's on Budweiser. That's the answer.
I think someone's going to call in and say his or her ex-wife or ex-husband.
There you go. We have that. We have that segment. Okay, so we got all that going on, and a great side question: 855-839-1210. By the way, yesterday. I was debating a parking authority here who was nice and gave me a rescission ticket. Here's my message of the day. I think I could have been 15 to 18 seconds too late, literally.
Right.
So maybe that did it. She gave me a form to fill out. I put it in our safe box just in case they send a ticket. It's called a rescission form. It says, no, that didn't happen. Block it. And she claims that if I get a ticket and I put that in there, it'll be rescissions. My point is, yesterday was such a big day. We had this one, the side question, but also it was something to do with Pele scoring his 1,000th goal, right?
Correct, yeah.
That's got to be a side question. And one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Debuted.
Yeah. That's a definite side question. So help out if you see an angle to it. We didn't have the angle yet, but those just tickle my fancy. All I would say is biggest in the history of sports, not just because of their achievement, but they're bigger than anybody, are Muhammad Ali, Pele, Wilt, and can't say Jim Brown. The game, I have to think of the fourth, even though he's the best. I don't know who the fourth is that's bigger than life type of stuff. But Babe Ruth, Ali, and Wilt are all bigger than life. And Pele. All right, there's my four.
Okay, there we go.
They're bigger than life. It's not the records or whatever. It's just
the persona, the mystique around them. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and I don't know who the biggest there that just the most. Probably Babe Ruth.
Oh, yeah, with the called shot and all the stories about him.
Yeah.
It's just
He's
hot
the first
dogs and
one.
beer.
Yeah, he's the first one. The legend. It's like Paul Bunyan you want. 855-839-12. Oh, I see a contender. That's a pretty good one. Hey, empty nesters, are you seeing price-reduced signs popping up all over? If your home isn't priced right or staged to shine, it's going to sit for months. Well, not if Diane Giordano's on there. You get her because she's been helping homeowners avoid those dreadful price cuts for years. She's got the tricks of the trade to make sure your home sells fast in days for top dollar. Right now's the time to get your list of low-cost fix-ups for your 2026 sale and a copy of her brand new book, The Smooth Sale Method. She'll be bringing copies and signing copies at the Abington Firehouse November 25th. That's a Tuesday between 9 and 5. I'll be there around 4. She'll also be giving out the free apple and pumpkin pies to our listeners. So before you slap a for sale sign on your lawn, come to Diane's book signing pie event. Get a free copy of her Smooth Sale Method book and a free pie. She has apple or pumpkin. Diane says, don't miss this one. RSVP at getfreepie.com. That's getfreepie.com or call 215-576-8666.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. So don't wait. Hurry into your local Honda dealer where you could find clearance deals on a 2025 Accord, a 2025 Pilot, or a 2025 Ridgeline. Hurry into your local Honda dealer and experience the wonder of Happy Honda Days while the clearance deals last.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. See dealer for financing details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. You can get a line. The Holy Father, the Pope, has struck again. This is cut 16. Here's Pope Leo responding to, remember when we talked about the U.S. bishops, how fired up people were? They did their special meeting, and they came out with this special thing condemning the indignity of it all around the issue of removing people that are here illegally. Here's Pope Leo showing I was right, and a lot of you were right about him when he was made Pope, that this guy is, today he's at the climate crisis lecturing us on, well, he's not there, but he's telling the bishops they have to force these politicians like the United States to have more political will on all of this. Here is the Pope, though, talking about the bishops and what they did last week.
What is it that U.S. bishops have made a very strong statement about the deportation and detention of migrants. What do you think of it? And how, they kind of said that you've got their back. Were you behind that?
Well, I've made some statements about that already. I appreciate very much what the bishops have said. I think it's a very important statement. I would invite, especially all Catholics, but people of goodwill, to listen carefully to what they said. I think we have to look for ways of treating people humanely, treating people with the dignity that they have. If people are in the United States illegally, there are ways to treat that. There are courts. There's a system of justice. I think there are a lot of problems in the system. No one has said that the United States should have open borders. I think every country has a right to determine who and how and when people enter. But when people are living good lives, and many of them for 10, 15, 20 years, to treat them in a way that is extremely disrespectful, to say the least, and there's been some violence, unfortunately, I think that the bishops have been very clear in what they said, and I think that I would just invite all people in the United States to listen to them. Thank you.
What are they saying explicitly? Well, what he's indicating there to me is they shouldn't be deported. That's what it comes down to. That's where the church is. You know it, and I know it. And they've been there for some time. By the way, Breitbart's got a big piece. The enforcement cuts are really cutting down on crowding in America's K through 12 schools. They talk about Miami. They talk about Dade County. And the number in Massachusetts are staggering that schools, particularly high schools now, are back to a point where you're not being overwhelmed. Of course, in Philadelphia, need I reference it? I go back to stuff constantly because I think listeners like that. When any event I do, they want to know what happened with this. Why don't we talk about it anymore? I'm not going to start talking about Lincoln High School, the rail splitters. I was at Newman when we lost to Larry Cannon under the Nucatola rule. That guy, the Nucatola rule is you can foul out. Larry Cannon committed like 18 fouls against Newman, but you get to shoot a penalty. I think it was a technical. I forget who got the ball after that, but he just kept on fouling. He didn't care. Nucatola rule.
Yeah,
You get
why
to
not?
stay it. Yeah. There's a reason why you get 5 fouls or in the NBA 6. It puts you under a lot of pressure, a lot of strategy. I wonder what happened since we're talking about there and gone. I wonder what happened to this guy, Nucatola. That's a Nucatola rule.
Whatever happened to the rule either?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
didn't heard about it until you bring it up.
If you Google
Yeah.
it, the Nucatola. We beat them, though. We beat Lincoln.
I would hope so with all those free throws they gave you.
No, they had an all-world team. I got cut. That's why I would say they're all-world. You know, but they beat Larry Cannon, who was unbelievable. And Lincoln today now is a soccer school. It's not a football school, not a basketball school. It seems to be a soccer school. And so many people here illegally in Northeast Philadelphia, you know the story. The entire freshman class of Lincoln goes to school in trailers, the entire freshman class. Now, do you see these Democrats? Did they erupt in the last election cycle, blame someone there? How could you be paying all those taxes and your kid has to go to school in a trailer, not the high school? I don't know if it'll continue, given the numbers and all. Maybe it'll be the sophomore class next. The previous year, they were making kids eat lunch at 9:20 in the morning. You didn't have a locker. They put 6 classes in one library with suspect dividers. Can you imagine what was going on? It doesn't matter in the Philadelphia public schools anyhow. It's fraudulent. We all know that. But, yes, they're still in trailers, and the world doesn't end. Democrats in Philadelphia, oh, well, I guess kids will have to be in trailers. I want to go and vote for some more Democrats. In Jersey, they probably blame Trump. It's stunning, the cognitive dissonance to be able to do that time after time after time. All right, 855-839-1210. But across the country, that's big progress. People are not being overcrowded in schools now. I bet in places where this is happening, emergency rooms maybe have freed up a bit. All right? It's all part of it. It's all part of a long-term strategy, but not for the Pope, not for the Catholic Church. How long will it continue? Well, they still have enough Catholics that are lifelong Catholics who are Catholics despite how they feel about the bishops, archbishops, popes, etc. And then they have the people that are the next crew coming in, and those people are not going to cause any trouble. So the Catholic Church is happy. You know, people are not going to disrupt them. They're not going to be complaining about how nuts they are on stuff like this. They have 2 tracks. The Pope is concerned about climate, and about people here illegally. Those are the things that bother him. Not Democrats, extremists. I'm not talking about mildly pro-choice. I'm talking about extremists on the life issue that have a lot of power in the United States. That doesn't bother them. That's no problem. Okay, hit us on the side. And as I said, the Concordate bill called in with that. The NFL is agitating for that some more. They are hell-bent. Are people going to revolt, Henry, if you got to be playing games against the London Piccadilly Circusers, or no? They're part of the NFC East. They would be. They're east of the United States. Yeah. We would play the Piccadilly Pirates.
I think so. Yeah, unless the salary cap went up, coinciding, with the expansion of the NFL into Europe. Yeah. I think a lot of players would complain, I don't want to be on a plane for 6, 8, 10 hours to go play someone this week.
It'll be 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what are they going to do about it?
Well, if they can get these planes correct.
Well, when you start with a premise that you can be drafted and told where you're going to go to, all hope is lost to me. It's un-American. It is. I realize it's socialism. It helps the sport. Otherwise, certain teams would be dominant. No one's going to want to go to Buffalo, probably. But you're drafted. You're ordered to go to Buffalo. What are you going to do about it? You can't go anywhere else. There's no other league that you can play in or do anything about. All right, let me go to Mike in Exton, see what he has today with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Mike, thanks for the wait. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Dom. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, I'm retired Air Force, 24 and a half years, 7 active, the rest in the Air National Guard. I've been to war 7 times. One of the things that's important, and when they make you a leader in the military, is your experience and your knowledge. And I've seen lots of bad things happen and had to ask people to do things very quickly under attack.
Right.
And if I ask somebody to do something that they will not do immediately, and they question me, and then they put myself and other people and themselves in danger, that's not a good thing. I'm very disappointed about these statements they're making about the president. I think it's very dangerous, and I feel that it's unacceptable.
Well, it is, Mike, and on 2 counts. One, they can be specific in calling Trump out, even though Biden violated the Constitution by allowing the country to be invaded. But 2, they won't specifically name what illegal orders Trump is giving to the military. They should be made to do that. The media should press them every single time. Tell us the illegal order. At least if we have that, we can debate it. Otherwise, people in the military are getting this idea, wow, must be illegal. I don't even know why it's illegal, but it must be. Look at all these big timers that are saying it's illegal.
Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
Well, the people last night tell me, Mike, if an officer were in combat, they'd have a right, if they had to shoot you. I mean, that's how risky this whole thing is.
Entirely, I agree, and I thank you for talking about this.
Well, Mike, I thank you for your service, and isn't it, just to put a button on this, it's also extremely rare that we would ever get to the illegal order thing here.
Not my entire career, Dom.
Yeah.
Never. And, I'm one of millions that could say the same statement. So, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, Mike, what's your side today?
Well, in the 70s when I was growing up as a small child, I remember seeing shows on TV where they would test flying cars, and they all told us that someday we would all be flying around in cars getting from point A to point B. So I just was wondering as I was waiting for the call if you would be on the Schuylkill and get cut off on the Schuylkill by a flying car, if it's possible.
All right. Well, you know what? Henry, how's it going with that little film project? Can we set up a camera, or can Roe be a cameraman as I drive Scott Jennings to the big event at Politics
I'll
and
film
Finance?
it.
We'll get Kirk in the back. We'll give you a dash cam up front.
I'm serious, Kirk. You can film it. It would be, what is the Seinfeld thing? Comedians in cars
getting coffee.
Yeah. When Scott, how do you like the second foot drive? Big advantage.
I'll volunteer. I'll throw my hat in the ring.
Okay. All right. I think we'd get some pretty good footage out of that.
Oh, I think so, too.
Scott Jennings might be holding tight.
Holding on for dear life.
For dear life. Scott, what's the matter? I know my way to Phoenixville. By the way, that is December 9th. I'm really looking forward to it. You've heard him with me. He's going to be on again soon. And a brand new book about Trump storming Washington and saving Western civilization. exclusive a lot of time with President Trump and Elon Musk. And I'm going to ask about all that. And I'm hoping that we can put together a montage of the top 10 moments. The way they configure that show is beautifully done. Jennings looks right across, and usually they put two progressives together. And sometimes, not to be ageist, but there's one, the guy with the Midas touch. He's only 22. And he says something that seems fairly plausible. Scott Jennings makes that face and goes back like this. And then we're off to the races. Then he has to parry the host who fires away from this direction. Yeah. It's like he's behind rocks, dodging both sides here. Get your tickets at 1210WPHT.com, and you really want to get the meet and greet part of it. Listeners tell me, the last one I did with Don Jr. was unbelievable. Backstage at the Colonial, which is a fabulous storied theater in Phoenixville. You'll have an opportunity to talk with Scott, me, you get the book, and you get a VIP seat right down in front. We do take questions from the audience, too. We'll be doing all of that. This is one of the very best. I don't think it'll top Nick Foles. I mean, that's impossible. That was my all-timer.
That's a hero around here.
Yeah, the only one that comes close, the first time I had O'Reilly, because we were kind of friendly then, but I had him bonded with him, thinking, oh, man, when I say this with O'Reilly, if he starts up, what are we going to do here? And it turned out he was an hour and a half late because of traffic. It was nuts. Ugh. And still, 1,400 people were over there at the Pittman Theater. So Nick Foles, though, he just can't beat it. I can relive every moment of him and thinking, this guy is 243 pounds. He looks skinny. That's frightening. All right, so what you do is go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. Get those tickets. Bring your gang. You will enjoy it. A lot of great places to eat out there in Phoenixville. The meet and greet, I think, starts at 6 or so you'll have plenty of time. Hey, first, let's talk, though, about dentistry. Well, really, my mouth. Got to keep this bloviation going, and that's where my good friend, personal dental specialist, and board-certified prosthodontist comes in, Dr. Robert Bentz. Exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. That's no small feat. So now you have two prosthodontists, over 11 years of training and 33 years of experience between them. Thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. It is a true Bentz family affair. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care, perhaps second opinion, I encourage you, get that initial look-see right now. Do what I did. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Their website, Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Okay, if you get the diagnosis wrong, it happens. Doctors are not 100%. But in that short-term period, that first year, all right, you tried pill A, did that for 6 to 8 weeks, it didn't work. Maybe you changed the dose, you went to a different brand or a slightly different variation of prescribed or whatever. Isn't it trial and error in the initial stages anyway? Amazing how we are the best at so many things in this country.
Oh, my goodness.
And then on fronts like this, we're just an unmitigated disaster by our own greed.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. This coming holiday season, why throw the same old party for family and friends when you could do something unique and unforgettable? Book a private party at Bob's Little Sport Shop in Glassboro. Whether it's a family gathering or just your crew looking to celebrate in style, Bob's Little Sport Shop offers a one-of-a-kind experience everyone will be talking about. Bob's offers private range access and group packages that fit your budget. No experience? No problem. Don't worry if your crew aren't experienced shooters. Bob's has instructors that are NRA and range safety certified. They can help all your guests have an incredible and unforgettable gathering. Dates are filling up fast this holiday season, so lock in your date now. Just call my friends at Bob's Little Sport Shop to book your unforgettable holiday party today. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises, but no firearms ID card or prior experience is necessary. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com today. Bob's Little Sport Shop. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sport Shop.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Fall into savings on the Buick GMC lineup here at Barlow. Kick off your tailgating style with the new Sierra built for all of your needs. Find yours here at Barlow, stacked with huge discounts and rebates. Or fall in love with the Buick lineup starring the Invista, where luxury meets affordability. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Kevin Bacon, Dan and I spotted this. You know, is seen as a real Philadelphian, the Bacon family, the band here, et cetera, and a great guy in Philadelphia. Here's a little bit of Kevin Bacon just out of nowhere yesterday talking about drag and what's wrong with people being in drag. And then I'll play you what he said about how turned on he is by the antics of Larry Krasner. First, here's Kevin Bacon on drag.
Drag is an art, and drag is a right. Drag is a centuries-old art form of creativity, expression, and self-exploration. It's an opportunity to educate through entertainment, and it's not dangerous. At 6 Degrees, we believe in amplifying the voices of those that are experiencing injustice. So join us in supporting the ACLU Drag Defense Fund by shopping our bonfire campaign or making a gift. Designed by the amazing Mason K., Kira and I are honored to support this important fund, and we welcome you to do the same.
I didn't know there was a drag fund out there. Like, who's stopping this? This happens in public schools. Northeast High School had a drag event. I don't think it was in the trailers. I think it was really in the school.
Well, of course.
Of course. Here's Kevin Bacon, too, though. When Larry Krasner got the Peabody Award, these people don't have to walk in Philadelphia. They gave an award because it's hot to be a defense attorney masquerading as a prosecutor. Here's the build-up by Kevin Bacon.
In 2017, Larry Krasner was elected as Philadelphia's district attorney. It was a milestone victory. Here was a reform-minded lawyer taking the reins of one of the city's most influential offices. His goal was to implement progressive policies and to help Philadelphians rethink the criminal justice system. With big ideas on prison abolition, police reform, and the decriminalization of drug offenses and sex work offenses.
Sex workers,
changing the system from within. Philly DA is a thrilling series that follows Larry Krasner from his unlikely rise through his first year in office, showing us what everyday activism truly looks like. But the documentary isn't just a portrait of Krasner. It's an actually welcome look at local politics, at governmental bureaucracy, and at what happens when incrementalists meet their match in big idea thinkers who want to shake the whole system down. For giving us a story, both broad and intimate, about a man and a movement, Philly DA wins the Peabody Award.
All right, there you go, Kevin. Yeah, let's have you walk down Glenside Ave, Broad and Glenside. Just walk down at midnight here. Big ideas. Scream that. Get a megaphone here. By the way, Henry, in that John McNesby, I think, is in the first minute or two of it. I think I made it in about the third minute, erupting on Inside Story about Larry Krasner. That was a pretty good video. So,
oh man, I gotta track that down.
All right, so when you think of Kevin Bacon, I wouldn't call him a great actor. I can't even name the number one thing, but he is ubiquitous. When he talked about 6 Degrees, he's been in so much stuff with so many big players, and we used to do this. I had the guys on that did it, that he is within, in any film that you would name, any actor pretty much, within 6 degrees of them. Meaning,
totally.
Yeah, it might even be 4 at this point because he's been in so many ensembles, so many big films. What is his biggest film? He plays a lot of offbeat characters, usually plays the good guy, occasional bad guy. I don't know that there's any, though, of the, top-notch sort of stuff, but Philadelphia celebrates him, and he celebrates Krasner and the Drag Fund. All right, David in Lexington, South Carolina is with us next. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. How are you doing today?
Good, good.
One thing quick on the Pope thing. He did what they keep doing on the left. I'm tired of hearing they just say the word migrant.
Right.
They can't bring themselves to say illegal immigrant. They can't do that because demonizing wanting illegals gone is hard to do. So let's make it out that they don't like immigrants as a whole. It's just ridiculous.
And he begins in the beginning saying he doesn't like how they're being handled. But really, he pivots back to he doesn't want them removed no matter how you handle it. That's what it comes down to.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, as far as my side answer, Dom, picture early 1990s, Dom and Ro were tooling around North Charlie, and you're driving around, and your car breaks down, and you're in North Charlie, and it's dark. You're freaking out. Hey, but problem solved, because you look over, and inside your car, you've got a car phone.
That's right. Yeah,
Which
the
car way
now,
obsolete.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you were going to say too. The car phone seemed what a leap from the phone booth. I don't know if I've seen a phone booth anywhere at any time now.
Yeah,
No, not stateside.
We have a few around here, but not many.
All right, the car phone. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's pretty subtle because people think, oh man, those long
and they were
big things.
expensive.
Oh yeah,
they were.
Well,
expensive.
It was the biggest thing that's happened with technology is everybody can have it. At one point, it was a signal you were rich.
Oh, totally. Like my friend's dad had that in his car. I was like, that's so sweet, even though it was going obsolete at that time.
Might be able to say what is still something that pretty much says you're rich if you have it or you're not worried about paying for it. I don't know about caviar. I was offered caviar once. I'm not eating that stuff, no. So I don't know if there's enough of them, but it used to be there were signals, yeah, this person has disposable income. If you had a car phone, that was one, or any kind of phone, yeah. All right, got the side question going on in a little bit, though. We'll talk about this story. How in the world did this Uzbekistani, does he even speak English, get a CDL license? What was the procedure? And how did he get a real ID? He's wanted as a terrorist in another country, here illegally. How did Pennsylvania do that? And we played you yesterday, Sean Duffy, the head of the transportation department, saying they're guesstimated tens of thousands of people are in that situation. They need, and Republicans, I'm going to test. What are they going to do? Rather than talking about it and holding news conferences, they have the power in the Senate. They ought to start hearings right now and subpoena, I would say, every one of these, including Shapiro. Subpoena them, bring them in under oath, point by point by point. Think about it. Think about what we went through with the Real ID. These bureaucrats telling you better get that. Think about all the, I brought this up last night too in a show, and people nationally were saying, oh yeah, my wife couldn't get one, divorced or a different name change or whatever. I went there. I had to pay extra money because I didn't have this. Just think of that scavenger hunt that you went through to get it. This guy waltzes in somehow or another and gets a real ID based on that. They're fraudulent. This guy is the face of telling you all that nonsense with the Real ID is not true. And how many of these guys are out there? And some of it is Josh Shapiro, the argument is a fan of people here illegally having driver's license. Now, Stacey Garrity running against him will be on the show tomorrow. Here's what I'm trying to judge, though. To what level are Republicans going to do something to bring this to a head? In other words, they can't plead with Shapiro. He'll laugh at that. What action can they take to make sure that this is going to happen, that there's going to be a hearing on this? We're going to get to the bottom of it under oath. 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty? Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year.
Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch.
The what now?
The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to drseusscoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's drseusscoins.com. drseusscoins.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Today's drop in pre-canceled regional rail trains gives SEPTA riders some needed relief. Philadelphia gets put on the global food scene. 3 restaurants have received the prestigious Michelin star. And Philly International is getting a new airline. Allegiant will bring more nonstop routes to and from the airport.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show, 855-839-1210. This is Cut 17, Henry, before I take a couple more calls. I thought, and this is an ex-Obama aide, it was a conference on how is it that Israel is made the bad guy in all the, there's a generation gap here. People under 40, maybe under 30, certainly, because of TikTok and a bunch of things. But a former Obama aide speaking at this Holocaust education conference talked about one of the ways she sees young people, they're seeing Israel as the big bad bully, Israel, and the poor skinny Palestinians. And there's a reason why TikTok plays that out. Here's what she said.
And probably wasn't going to find Al Jazeera or someone like Nick Fuentes. Today, those media outlets find them. They find them on their phones. It's also this increasingly post-literate media, less and less text, more and more videos. So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage, and I sound obscene. And, you know, I think, unfortunately, the very smart, bet that we made on Holocaust education to serve as anti-Semitism education, in this new media environment, I think that is beginning to break down a little bit. Because, you know, Holocaust education is absolutely essential, but I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel. You fight the big, powerful people hurting the weak people. That's not how the Holocaust happened, right? We all know.
All right, so TikTok again, and I think she's on to something there. That's the constant drumbeat of what people say. And this guy Fuentes again, who people still, why in the world are people inside the Trump movement, Trump world, MAGA, conservatives duking it out over Nick Fuentes? Megyn, some of the biggest names out there, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, they really are disgraceful in this, that this guy is able to get a hearing and cause so much trouble is ridiculous, but it's continuing. All right, hit us on the side question, 855-839-1210. As far as Epstein, still waiting to see. Here's the next piece. President Trump, they've said they'd sign it when it comes over to the White House. I guess after this conference, this could happen today. But I'm going to give you the hypothetical because I see it going this way. If Pam Bondi is refusing to release various parts of it under national security wraps, meaning, well, the president has asked, and I think they've ratcheted up, a look at some of the Democrats like Bill Clinton, their involvement in this. I'm all about that. Do that. But you can't use that as an excuse that we can't release the file. If we see later today that that happens, it's like we're back to square one. Really? Haven't we fought this battle and won it? That we want to get this Epstein file out there. Now, Democrats are getting killed with this also. Jeffries got caught up in sending material to try to get Epstein at a fundraiser well after Epstein was identified and convicted of sex crimes. The Plaskett woman from the Virgin Islands now has admitted, even though they didn't get her censured, she was getting texting information from Epstein about how to question Michael Cohen. And she said, I was listening to my constituents. Wild stuff. I mean, there's going to be more on the Democrats. The Trump administration cannot rely today. I'm not going to be one of those guys to say, oh, that makes plenty of sense on national security or whatever. Haven't we voted? Didn't these people vote because of the pressure? Only one resisted to say, release this material. We want to move past this. If you don't release it, we're going to see this continue. And I agree with Trump. We're not talking about the message of all the things they've done that have been successful, and they are on to affordability. So why in the world would we not release it? All right, let's go to John in Reading. John, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, the whole thing with Nick Fuentes and the great controversy. I've never listened to the guy until I was like, okay, so what's this all about? Mm-hmm. I listened to Tucker Carlson's interview. I haven't listened to every Tucker Carlson interview, but I've listened to a bunch of them. And I think he gave him a harder time than just about anyone I've ever heard be interviewed by Tucker Carlson. I mean, I didn't listen to him when he interviewed the Ayatollah.
Right.
You know, so he's interviewed some pretty unsavory characters.
But why would he give him the platform that's that massive to get this out there?
Okay, because here's the thing. And you're talking to a guy who is very pro-Israel.
Okay.
And I've been to Israel, and I have I really love, I really felt the love for America. But it's kind of unmistakable that there's some shenanigans, and Epstein was probably involved in it. And when a guy like Nick Fuentes, who's really kind of a nobody, all of a sudden says, hey, why are we giving all this money to Israel? Like, just as a question. And then all of a sudden, guys like Ben Shapiro start saying, this guy's an anti-Semite, needs to be shut down. Like, what's the deal with that?
But John, wait a minute. You've just done it here. They're not saying intentionally. He said a lot more than just, why are we giving all this money to Israel? John, here's how it works. You don't get to the level of the juices flowing and your name being out there without saying wild and reprehensible stuff. Then when you do get
what
there...
Did he, but Dom, what did he say?
Yeah.
Like, what honestly did he say? Because I didn't hear him praise Hitler.
John.
And this is why I prefaced it by saying, like, look, I have not listened to Nick Fuentes.
Okay.
But I've heard people say some pretty outrageous stuff that I am not sure he actually said.
Well, all right, John,
what
look,
did he actually say?
You put me in a dilemma I got to think about. Am I going to give even more coverage to Fuentes and play the stuff that he has said to get there, or dismiss him and say, why are we killing ourselves over this clown?
Okay, why? No, here's my point. Why are we killing ourselves over somebody who interviewed someone who is a clown? So,
wait a minute. Now we're getting on to something, John. My beef with Tucker Carlson is...
Listen.
Go ahead.
A friend of mine almost lost his position on a board.
Right.
Because he sided with the guy who sided with, that guy at the Heritage Foundation.
Yes.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Robbins?
Yes.
So he sided with Robin over Robin siding
John?
somebody unsavory.
Okay.
Why should my friend lose a position over some third degree, 3 degrees of separation?
No, he should.
That's what's out of hand.
He should. But
it's totally out of hand.
Here's the point with Tucker Carlson. I've been on his show. He's been on mine. I interviewed him for a book. Thought he was a brilliant guy. He's talking about being attacked by demons. He's talking about the real villain of World War II was Winston Churchill. He's talking about...
You know what? That's a guy, Daryl Cooper, who I have heard his stuff.
Yes.
And he's been vilified. The guy is not a white supremacist. If you listen to his, 20-hour podcast...
Wait a minute, though. John, you think Winston Churchill was a causal element of World War II?
Winston Churchill, these guys are not above criticism. That's my point.
Well, tell me, what's the criticism? Wait a minute.
I'm not going to die on the hill.
I hear you, but what's the criticism of Winston Churchill? Winston Churchill is the savior of that century, more important than Roosevelt, what he did. What's the beef with Winston Churchill? John, what's the beef?
I'm willing to listen to I'm willing to listen to somebody tell me what they think Winston Churchill did wrong. Okay? I'm certainly willing to listen to somebody say that. Just like I'm willing to listen to somebody who says, Roosevelt screwed up at Yalta. I'm willing to listen to somebody.
I would agree with you. There's evidence of that. Yeah, there is.
These people are not untouchable.
No, thank you, John. But here's the thing. The test is this. We're not going to say bring Nick Fuentes on. I wouldn't bring him on. It'd be a big deal and all that. No. It's not about giving this guy a platform. All right? I feel like getting a bath even talking about this guy. And Tucker Carlson's lost his mind, and Megyn Kelly's jumped into the ring defending this. And this idea, well, you don't want to cancel people, do you? It's not about canceling them. How does Nick Fuentes get a platform? What is it that is compelling that he said that put him into this position? And this historian with Tucker Carlson trying to say, one thing I've heard him say, that Winston Churchill had people remove all these flyers. Hitler wanted peace with Great Britain. He was going to be an ally of theirs. Great Britain wasn't going to go along with that. Think of the evil of this. Winston Churchill, I told you the other day, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Tucker goes after last week. The hero who, yes, was plotting to kill Hitler. And I said not only was that correct, morally, as a religious figure, he was absolutely doing the right thing. You do try to kill Hitler. I'm talking about after Hitler had started his reign of moving toward just the reason why we don't even accept him in the side question. Yes, it's your duty to plot to kill Hitler. As a moral person, as a religious figure, you can't wince from that and say, I'm a pacifist, I'm a moral religious figure. No, you have to try to help kill Hitler. My goodness, going after Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Why are we seeing this among Republicans? You know, this guy Fuentes gets to have, I don't think he was president at that point, dinner with President Trump and all. No way. He is tapping into something we talk about a lot, males that are despondent. They just want to burn it down. They like Trump, this guy apparently, because Trump might burn it down. In other words, the Democrat Party attacks him, toxic masculinity. There's difficulty with relating to females. A lot of reasons for that. We've talked about that. They're despondent. The economy can't get into a home. And that's what this guy does. And he essentially is an anarchist or someone who wants to just burn it all down. Does that guy deserve this type of platforming? What is gained by that? He can go and stand on the street corner. I don't think he ought to be shut up, but I wouldn't put him on. Oh, you got to put him on. Why can't we hear that? Go and hear it. Go search it out. 855-839-1210. Good call from John, though. Really good. Henry, you got anything to weigh in there? Because you're the target audience for him. Not you personally, but your age with the Groypers.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't really have much to add on this.
You don't know guys that are intrigued by Nick Fuentes?
I mean, I do, and like I don't really get it either because they can't really explain it to me either. He's like, he's got, he says a lot of dumb things, but every once in a while he has a nugget that I agree with and I latch onto, and it's like, I guess, but like,
why, you know what? Like, why all this worth for a nudge that's just inconsequential? Why are we working so hard? Why are Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson killing other people on this?
I don't know. Really? It's kind of shocking to me.
It is shocking. It is shocking, and it's because of social media and everything else, and everybody thinks you'll get a burst.
Well, I mean, if you say the most wild, outlandish thing to get clicks and comments, I mean, that's what drives your money.
Right.
That's your
Right.
That's your paycheck every month.
And then to John's point, then we got to go back through an exhaustive thing to play all the stuff that he said. That's how you get in that position.
Yeah.
By saying despicable, wild stuff. You get noticed.
People
and then we got to go back. It's so tiresome. It's an obvious thing. No, we're not going to kill each other inside the mega movement and conservatism and everything else, fighting over Nick Fuentes. And I'm not a Ben Shapiro fan. I'm not even. There's a lot of stuff there. It's not about that. And Tucker Carlson, it saddens me. My vote on the inside, the people that I saw that I was really impressed with as far as intelligence, et cetera, was the early Tucker Carlson. By the end at Fox, he kind of lost his mind. When he did the guy up there nude, suntanning himself in the Family Jewels, that was it. Come on. When he came on doing that show, you had to say, my God, what the heck's happening?
He was trying to get out at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
He was doing anything. He's like, look, I will put anything on TV. Just let me out of my contract.
The last guy we had that was Gabe Kaplan, who was the Phillies manager.
Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. We don't need to bring his name
exactly.
up.
Cocoa butter and everything else.
Oh, no.
You can get a line here at 855-839-1210. Great call, though, John. No, I mean it, John. I appreciate it. We try to tease out exactly where you were going with that. He didn't just say, well, maybe we shouldn't give as much money to Israel. No. That's not something that's going to get this kind of war going. Hey, future home sellers, now's a great time to start thinking about your 2026 home sale. The market is shifting. Do you know what buyers want for a faster and more profitable home sale? Well, Diane Giordano does. She's inviting our 1210 listeners to her free Thanksgiving pie open house. It's on November 25th at the Abington Firehouse from 9 to 5. I should be there the last hour to meet you and Diane, and I hope you will be able to stop by. It's a great tradition to get that free apple or pumpkin Thanksgiving pie and get a signed copy of her new book, The Smooth Sale Method. Diane shares her newest strategies, smart marketing, strategic planning Diane is also going to reveal insights on the 2026 market forecast, prices, mortgage rates, inventory. You don't want to miss this. All you have to do is to get your free pry and her new book, The Smooth Sale Method, at the event. Enjoy lunch and desserts. Just go to getfreepie.com. That's easy. It's getfreepie.com or call 215-576-8666. 215-576-8666.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My job's not to get Jack Ciattarelli elected. My job is not to have Dave McCormick win. My job is to get ratings so I get a new contract. My job is to generate revenue so I'm financially irreplaceable. And my job is to give you some entertainment, try to inform you by doing some research, even though I haven't mastered run versus ran. I can't educate you on certain things, but by spending some time and doing some research, maybe provide you a factoid that you didn't have the time to look for. That's my job.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99 or 3.99% financing. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that if your old water heater conks out from Aunt Gail's 2-hour showers this holiday season, or your decorations keep tripping the breakers, well, then everything falls apart. That's why you can count on Horizon this season for 0% interest financing on installs, plus a plumbing or electrical inspection for just $99, so we can address any clogs or hums ahead of time. And as always, we're here to help with same-day emergency service, even on holidays. Book today at horizonservices.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Senator Jared Coleman about how did this maniac get his CDL and also get his real ID in Pennsylvania. Robert in Ben Salem got to go to, though, after that and several things. All right, Robert, what are you thinking today?
Hey, how you doing, Dom and Henry? And Henry, don't feel too bad about not getting the unanimous vote on the release of the files.
Yeah.
There was one congressperson named Jeanette Rankin. She was the first woman elected to Congress. She actually voted no to declaring.
Wait a minute, what happened there? Yeah.
Yeah, I got a little hang up right there.
All right. Wait, Robert, call back. Yeah, I'm sorry, Robert. Something voted no to declaring war on Germany, probably. That may have been what he was saying. All right, we'll get that from him, and we'll have Dom's Money Melody. But coming up, we're going to talk with Senator Jared Coleman. He is the principal here now, trying to say we need to know everything about. And by the way, they were alerted to stuff like this in Pennsylvania because the FBI made a big bust of these undomiciled people that were truck drivers well before that. There's a paper trail. He'll lay it out next. And Robert will get your call in. I'm waiting for it. You get in at 855-839-1210 is the way to go. Hey, new now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs for over 40 years. Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products, like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being. Get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or online at res-q.com for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening now through Friday the 21st in Broomhall, Chestnut Hill, and St. David's. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559. Visit estatesroadshow.com for locations. That's estatesroadshow.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive. The Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura. Precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. So you know what's happened here now. ICE taking his criminal, illegal alien terrorist, foreign country, Uzbekistan, in with an 18-wheeler in Kansas is the story we have. There were warnings apparently here in Pennsylvania. And joining us for the Republican response to this, and I think they have to go all out on this, is State Senator Jarrett Coleman, here on Talk Radio 1210. Senator, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you very much for having me here to talk about this. It's really quite sad, but I appreciate it. You know, it's just absolutely unbelievable what could have happened here. And this, believe it or not, this actually starts back in September. Really, is when this kind of all started. You know, back in September, there was an ICE raid in. Actually, it looks like this was in Oklahoma.
Yes.
And from September 22nd to the 25th, ICE officers joined the Oklahoma, their highway patrol. They had like a 3-day special emphasis operation where they arrested over 120 illegal aliens. 91 of them were operating with a CDL. And then beyond that, of those, I'm pulling up the list here, Pennsylvania, there were over a dozen of them that had Pennsylvania CDLs. There were 12 that had Pennsylvania CDLs. That story came up in October, midway through October, and my staff caught on to that, and we actually sent a letter then. So this is back in October. The story came out mid-October. So then November 7th, myself as well as 3 other state senators, Senator Doug Mastriano, Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, and Senator Dawn Kiefer, we sent a letter to Secretary of Transportation Mike Carroll asking if PennDOT has reviewed the files of these license holders, these aliens that were arrested in Kansas by ICE, and if they checked the documents, any patterns have they discovered. We actually said, you know, we were concerned. And unfortunately, it's essentially been crickets from the Secretary of Transportation and PennDOT. And again, that letter we saw on November 7th. So then fast forward 10 days, you know, on the 17th here, now we see the story that ICE arrests the Uzbekistan criminal illegal alien and wanted terrorist, you know, who was driving the 18-wheeler in Kansas. And it's just like, at what point are they going to realize there's a problem here and respect kind of the questions that we're asking?
Well, I would ask, with you guys, with all due respect, too, exactly. You were doing your duty. You were on top of this. But we know Josh Shapiro and his minions, because of the media, the Inquirer hasn't covered this yet. The major newspaper across the state. They don't think this is a story at some level. What disturbed our listeners, too, I almost got one. I got a passport instead, Senator, was the trauma of trying to get a real ID at one point.
Oh, my goodness.
And this guy has a real ID on top of that.
Correct.
Do we know? Does he even speak English? It seems to be unclear
I mean,
in any way.
You bring up a great point there, Dom. Is like my wife had to get a real ID, and it took us 3 trips to the DMV, 2 trips downtown to get a marriage license. Then we didn't have the seal; we had to get the raised seal. almost got parking fine in Allentown to get to the place to get it. And, it was absolutely terrible. And I hear that from constituents all the time. Meanwhile, it appears it's super easy for these legal aliens to get these, which is just, why are we making it forget about Pennsylvanians, how about just citizens? Why are we making it easier for illegal aliens to get IDs than even our own folks? But I think you bring up a good point, too, about no one wants to talk about it. Look, this is a pattern that we've seen with the Shapiro administration, with agencies, about not wanting to talk about everything, about trying to keep everything, a pattern of trying to keep everything very, very quiet. We can go back to the sexual abuse allegations, where now it turns the administration said they randomly deleted all of these emails related to sexual abuse. And they don't want to talk about it. The governor's private residence in Abington being improved with over $1 million worth of improvements, like tree trimming, landscaping done, and they don't want to answer any questions about that. And here we are back to this, asking questions 10 days before this guy was arrested in, I almost said gentleman, this guy was arrested in Kansas. We had sent a letter to Secretary of Transportation asking about this.
Well, I would ask then, can you guys, you control the Senate effectively, can you then start an investigation, a hearing, and subpoena people to come in since they're not answering? That's the only thing I know to do.
Absolutely. Look, we try to give them time to respond. We should give them the time to respond. In fact, we just sunshined today 3 subpoenas for the administration to deal with when we come back in December relating to his taxpayer-funded extravagant, flights that he's flying around with, the repairs to the mansion, et cetera, because we give them a reasonable time to respond. But Dom, we're talking about just stonewalling, elected officials for almost a year in cases, and constituents don't accept that. Pennsylvanians don't accept that. And so, yeah, absolutely. Right now, the word is that there's going to be some hearings on this. Of course, we're in the information gathering stage, so I think it's important for us to gain all the information. But, these weren't hard questions, right? Like, government is pretty simple. It's common sense. You see the story, these guys get arrested, start asking questions. This isn't tough.
Now let me drill down and ask you then this way. I hear about these CDL mills, but isn't it PennDOT that grants that ultimately? How does it work in your mind? How do you get this? What are the checks?
PennDOT is the one, so someone could have a training program, for example, but the state would ultimately issue the CDL, right? So, and that's, of course, Fox News covered this, that we had alerted the secretary about this ahead of time, and of course, it was only a time till, I say this sarcastically, Governor Wonderful here decided to put out a statement about this, and his statement was essentially blaming DHS on this.
Yes,
when you're a leader, the buck stops with you. And so when we keep going down the road of, it's someone else's problem, I don't know, buddy, at the end of the day, I'm looking at a license that says Pennsylvania. It was printed in Pennsylvania on a Pennsylvania printer. He either showed the documents he was required to or didn't, and we gave him a license. So you can blame someone else for everything. You can always do that. But that's not real leadership, right? We can accept the fact that maybe there was a mistake here, and let's just figure out how to stop this from happening.
Right, but 12 of them you mentioned, too. And here's the thing. With the real ID, sorry what your wife went through. At the 11th hour, I got my passport. I didn't have to go through it. And our listeners were Trump. You would not believe the stories when you went through it, so maybe you would. How would he get the real ID, though? I mean, that's more complicated.
So it does allow for non-citizens are eligible to get an ID. In Pennsylvania, you have to go, there's a bunch of documents, there's different categories, so someone on a temporary status, we do allow for that, but there's documentation that has to be approved, and it's listed there, and it has to be reviewed. So again, one of those questions that we ask in this letter, were those documents related to the application, the applicant's lawful immigration status present, and were they actually verified at the time of residence? This is stuff that we need to understand. Are they coordinating with ICE? It seems like right now the administration just likes to brag about how many times they've sued Trump. That seems to be the big thing. Is, look, here we go. We sued him for a 24th time now. Congratulations. But public safety really should be non-negotiable. this isn't the time to go and beat on the federal administration. It's to have accountability to understand what are we doing here, and even from within, maybe we should make should we create a law that says that if you're a known terrorist on a watch list, maybe we should suspend your license until you're off the terrorist watch.
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
so.
common sense?
Yeah, exactly. Here's the other thing, too. Is there any record I've seen so I'm unclear with Shapiro? He's such a chameleon, too, as Governor Wonderful, as you said, that he favors, or somebody in his administration does, driver's licenses for illegals. The idea is then they're inside the system. Is there anything like that in PennDOT, any flavor of that going on?
Again, we can't seem to get the information right now.
Okay.
So it's we really need to get the information. It's just such a struggle. Now I've had to subpoena the governor, the administration here, going back about a year ago because they refused to give other information. Ultimately, the subpoenas were able to prevail and get this information. But is that the type of that's not a very functional government when you have to go to these lengths to get such easy questions of has PennDOT reviewed the files of the license holders? Look, common sense. There's Secretary of Transportation. You get a letter from from 4 senators saying, "Hey, we just saw that 200 some folks were arrested in Kansas here. We're arrested in Oklahoma.
Right.
And we want to know, did you look at did you review the files of the license holders who were arrested by ICE?" And they can't even answer that. Like, common sense is, even if you don't agree with us politically on it, just do the work. It's your job. Do the work.
One other question here. The Inquirer deigns not to cover this and it's not even just the politics of it. Their sense of news is distorted. Are other publications or other people across the state covering this story, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, so much of reporting is national, unfortunately, which means that things that impact, your neighbors and your community are not often reported on. But the good news is Fox did cover this, which is good. They're giving some coverage. Also, as more of this happens, again, this pattern I'm talking about of no accountability and thinking that they can just, dodge these questions. I'm hearing from more and more constituents that something just doesn't seem right here. And that's something that I think is causing more media outlets to reach into. It's everyone wants to say, everyone wants to say that all news is national, but I will say there have been more and more folks digging into this stuff.
Absolutely. Where is the best place to find you as this continues? Do you tweet about it? Where would we find
we're on
Jared
Facebook,
Coleman?
Senator Jared Coleman. We try to put updates because, again, it's important that folks understand what's actually happening. You get it before the spin, and you understand what's actually happening. So we're on Facebook at Senator Jared Coleman. You can find me online at senatorcoleman.com, and we love to hear from folks. Again, government's only as good as if we understand exactly what's important to folks. But public safety, like this, should be non-negotiable. We need to prioritize Pennsylvanians above illegal aliens.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on. Keep us in the loop with any updates now, and we'll look forward to the hearing on this.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
All right, there's Senator Jared Coleman. And again, if you're here in the Philadelphia area, this is why talk radio exists. You're not hearing this stuff. Look, I love sports too. You're hearing all that stuff. But the Inquirer, is it just ideology, incompetency, a blend of it? Yeah, and it's their guy. It's Governor Wonderful. It's a chameleon. It's Josh Shapiro. You heard what he said. It's not just that he got this. They were warned about this type of stuff. Did they review it? How many maniacs do we need out there? And then we'll have vigils and candles and all, like here in Philadelphia with Larry Krasner with Miss Scott. It's amazing. So they have to press on this. He said in December, I would rather even do it now. I mean, there's got to be a moment when we just say, that's it, subpoena them, drag them in here. You're going to answer these questions point by point. Think about what you went through with the Real ID, the nonsense of that. You're told, patriot, you have to do this stuff and all. And this guy waltzes through more than even the CDL nonsense. And there's these CDL mills that are complicit, and ICE ought to raid them also. There's a lot to do on this. All right, 855-839-1210. I'm coming to your calls. Got a lot of people lined up. We got a little stuff here in the air. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Well, great prize again, and it's coming our way. You will win today a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra Philly Sports Put to Music Saturday, November 22nd, Cardinal O'Hara High School, Springfield, Pennsylvania, Delaware County. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. All right, Henry.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we're asking for someone or something that quickly went obsolete, even though it seemed like they'd be the next big thing. Back in the early 90s, the band House of Pain dropped their song Jump Around, which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with. Shortly after that, though, they disbanded and couldn't really capitalize on the newfound fame that they had with their one-hit wonder. So as a one-hit wonder, I think it would be only fair is if I played a cover of Jump Around covered by another one-hit wonder. So I want to know the name of the cover artist here. Something about them. They are, like I said, a one-hit wonder themselves with a very tasty name. We'll say that much. I want to know the name of this cover artist. Take a listen. Yeah, I don't think of metal too much when I think of this artist, but that's the way he took this cover.
The rhyming, all I was thinking about, because of Tucker Carlson, could he put Dietrich Bonhoeffer after Dunkin' Donuts or something? A rhyming contest. I got to work him into the song. Bonhoeffer, that creep. All right. What are we looking for again here?
We want this cover artist covering, this one-hit wonder cover artist covering another one-hit wonder.
Oh, any other clues?
No, because I think it's pretty obvious. If I give any more clues, it's going to get it's made easy.
All right, get those Conklin tickets. 855-839-1210. Coming up, too. Oh, man, Corey DeAngelis is my guy. Henry, put him on the sheet to get him on tomorrow. He just revealed that guess which local representative makes it hard on us is against Trump now leveling the Department of Education effectively. That would be Brian Fitzpatrick. Oh, my God. Guy makes it hard. No, I don't want to get him on. We get Corey on. All right, give us an answer. Get those Conklin tickets.
Investors love to celebrate the market hitting record highs, but forget just how fast the market can drop to record lows.
Robert Turpak. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Today, when I look at the stock market, it's doing very well right now, but the stock market always crashes and you lose money. Crash Proof Retirement gives me a wonderful peace of mind. I don't have to worry about the stock market going up and down. In 2025, I was earning 6%. I never lose that 6%. None of the vehicles have any kind of hidden fees or any upfront charges. I've never lost any money. I have positive returns and I have no trouble falling asleep at night.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events at Springfield Country Club, December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Let's fall in love again with old Europe. This time, we're discovering Europe's best-kept secret, stunningly beautiful Portugal. What the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we're calling home for 10 days next spring. And if you've loved our tour events in Italy, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed just for our listeners at 1210. Dining at wineries that rival the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodation. weekends. 5738, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages brimming with seafood restaurants. Call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Join me for the history, cuisine, and unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you in Bellum Tower. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty? Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year. Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch. The what now? The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift. They won't even believe. What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right, one-hit wonders, covering and all that. We're trying to get an answer. Here's your clue. Derek Bonhoeffer.
One-hit wonder here, Dom.
Tucker Carlson. I don't know what's wilder, the demon or Dietrich Bonhoeffer he's gone off. It's hard to believe. Maybe the demon made him do it. John and Redding, did you hear that? Tell Nick Fuentes. Let's go to Damien in Quakertown. Damien, welcome in. What's your answer?
Hey, good afternoon. I think it's Vanilla Ice.
Oh, nicely done.
All right. Now, he was more than a one-hit wonder, though, right, Damien? Or he was around for a while? A zero-hit
I think
wonder.
he only had one hit.
Okay.
Ice Ice Baby.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If anyone could name me any other Vanilla Ice song, I'd be thoroughly impressed.
There you go. I'll put you on hold, Damon. What I mean is he had staying power, though. He's like a cultural icon.
I agree, and I think it's because of the look, the persona, kind of with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Song's timeless.
He's the type of guy that would be on The Apprentice. They put him in
he
there.
was.
So, yeah.
There you go.
Versus a role, though, you know. All right. I don't know. Let me go to Robert. Steve Feldman from the Zionists of America, too, wanted to respond to the Redding thing, and Nikki Fuentes. We'll get to all that. We got a Joe Concha coming up here in a minute. Let me go to Robert, though, because it got kind of knocked off here. Sorry about that, Robert. Where were you going to go before you give us your side?
I was just going to, I don't know how much Henry heard about the sole congressperson who voted against declaring war on Japan after Pearl Harbor. So if you're betting on unanimity in our Congress, you're usually going to be disappointed.
Well, that's why I knew I would win that bet. That's why I kept up with it there. I knew there was going to be one, and they were telling me, oh, they'll take it down. I knew there would be one grandstander.
Well, for a long time, Rand Paul's father, Ron Paul, was
Yes.
known as Dr. No because he would often vote
Yes.
by himself.
Yeah.
But the thing I love about your show, Dom, is that the callers that you have, you can throw any idea out there, and the callers can flesh it out in 10 minutes.
Exactly
And,
right.
Yeah.
And as far Scott had called in yesterday, and he was right, but I don't know if he understood that I was saying specifically single-family homes being bought by investment groups like BlackRock.
Okay, right.
But he
right.
reminded me free market, and as I thought about it later on, it occurred to me that if you did that, it would dictate to people who own the homes who they're allowed to sell it to. So that makes it a non-starter for me. So you move on, right? As far as E.J. Antoni, you know how much I respect and love that guy, but it really didn't sound like he gave a proper amount of thought to this, because his caution about this was that we could become a renter society, and all I'm saying is if we don't do something, we will become a renter society, and that's what I would like to avoid.
Well,
But the
I hear you, and that's why I think the Trump administration is addressing thoroughly the grocery store angle, but they're missing this harder thing, the despondency, 40-year age median. And Charlie Kirk was the one talking about that. They got to move on that quickly.
I can tell you why the grocery prices are taking so long, Dom. Although they're a monument to capitalism, the margins are so thin in the grocery market business that they don't have a lot of leeway as far as lowering prices right away. That's something that's going to have to take place over time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I don't want to take too much time. My side answer was we've all looked at pictures like me and you at us back in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and we're embarrassed. But I'm going to tell you that there's going to be a lot of married couples in the next 15 years that are going to look at their wedding videos and see themselves dancing like idiots to Gangnam Style coming down the aisle to the altar. Okay. And thank goodness that
that's a biggie. That's a big and last. And it's in a laughs display. I think Dan's wedding had that. No, that wasn't true. I just made that up. He did come in. There was a big formal coming in and all kinds of stuff like that. Yeah. And I think Jim Kelly may have enunciated and now or something. Yeah. All right, Steve Feldman. All right, calm. After hearing that Redding stuff from Zionists of America, Steve with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Steve, what's on your mind?
Hi, Dom. Thanks for taking my call, and again, thank you for talking about this topic. One of your callers, is making the very scurrilous claim that the United States is giving large sums of money to Israel. I don't know if he named a number. All the money that U.S. gives, that we taxpayers give to Israel, is only for military, and it's credits that all must be spent in the United States, creating, maintaining Jewish, American jobs, and helping our economy. It's not like the traditional foreign aid that used to be given to Israel and still is given to the Palestinian Arabs in Egypt and Jordan, where they're free to spend the money where they want. By agreement, all of the money is spent in the United States. So really what American taxpayers are doing are helping to fund our own industries. Israel is the beneficiary of that, but it's the money that's spent here creating the jobs and helping the economy. And it's really important that your listeners understand what's going on.
Well, Steve, I'm glad you did that. What's your website where anybody, budding Nick Fuentes guys, can get some information? Where do they go, Steve?
So I'm going to give you on that one our national website, which has been more active on that particular issue because it's national. It's www.zoa.org. And we've been actually in contact with Mayor Parker over some of the things that she's doing. We just sent her a letter, so maybe we can talk about that in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank
Steve.
you.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks very much. Coming up, the great Joe Concha. Love Joe Concha. The upcoming book. Well, his book is The Greatest Comeback Ever about President Trump. The upcoming book, I think, are the 99 most unlikable people out there. Somebody had to hang up. They said Adam Schiff. Yeah, I guess he gets the juices flowing a little bit. But you want to say Pelosi. You want to say Hillary. Who is it that is the villain now? Who is it on the other side? Jasmine Crockett? I don't think that does it. All right, we'll talk to Joe, though, about all the messaging. He's great on that around affordability and around Epstein. And President Trump with the Saudis today just did it again. saying MAGA, he knows MAGA better than MAGA. And you guys have carte blanche with all this investment, Saudis. If you bring in foreigners to man these factories, that's good by me. No, it's not, Mr. President. No, it's not. We have the smartest, best people in the world. We don't need these other people. Why would America need these other nitwits from around the world? That sounds like xenophobia, Dom. Maybe. 855-839-1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the sound of Claire cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at Cardinal O'Hara High School in Springfield, Saturday, November 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Joe Concha, Fox News, Washington Examiner, love his column, the author of the bestseller, The Greatest Comeback Ever, Trump's Big, Beautiful Campaign. And the last time we talked with him, he was working up the 99 bottles of beer on the wall, most unlikable. And I said today, we're not doing so well on that anymore, given, you can't go Hillary and Pelosi still. Come on now. Adam Schiff was weak tea here. But I wanted to talk to Joe about he's a master of communicating what's going on, Epstein, and affordability. And he's a Jersey guy. Was he stunned to see Jack Ciattarelli lose by, 13 points? Let's go to Joe here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome back. How's the current book going?
Current book, I just finished my chapter on Kenya Barris. Now, people say, well, who is that?
Yeah.
Kenya Barris is a guy he's redoing 2 movies. It's a Wonderful Life and The Wizard of Oz. He's moving the Wizard of Oz out of Kansas, and they're going to do it in basically like Watts in like Los Angeles instead. So you know where this is going, right? So it's going to be like an all-black Wizard of Oz. And I don't care about the change of color, but he's changing the whole like storyline around as well to talk about socioeconomic issues as they pertain to X. It's like, what does that have to do with flying over a rainbow and going with the Scarecrow and the Tin Man and getting some shoes and getting home? I mean, it makes no sense. How much farmland is in Los Angeles? How many tornadoes do they get? Joke.
Joe,
And
that
then,
is
dude,
brilliant
he's doing it so
research.
wonderful.
Did you get
Thank
that as
you.
a tip? You find it because, look, the Wizard of Oz, sacred ground, I agree. But you know what? More sacred, holy of holies. You're going after It's a Wonderful Life. You're changing that up. We're going to get that guy on. There's going to be big trouble here.
Oh, get him on, yeah, because they're also moving that where it'll be all black brown community talking about issues that are facing those communities today. No, it's about a guy down on his luck, too ashamed to see his family, and the community eventually comes together, friends and strangers, to bail him out. And it's Christmas Eve, and it's Donna Reed, and it's awesome. I mean, I just don't. Why, they did it with Superman too. They kept claiming that the one over the summer, the director James Gunn is like, it's the story about illegal immigration. No, it's not.
Absolutely.
Because
How many?
he's an alien.
Yeah.
And he came here illegally. So no, stop.
Joe,
Oh,
how
I'm getting
many do you have done so far?
I'm 24 in.
Ah,
So-
okay. That is pretty
Well,
good.
Steady wins the race.
Yeah,
thank you.
we'll get a few more for you. So, Joe, I particularly like your sense on the messaging of this stuff. Let's start with affordability. And you're a Jersey guy. I was quarterbacking our coverage on election night. I thought Chettarelli was, I wouldn't say probably, but I thought it was a little bit in her favor, but it'd be under a point and a half, something like that. When they started to call it at 8:43, I almost wrote it on my wrist. What the heck? Calling her as governor 8:43 at night is ludicrous, and he ends up losing by 13 points. Affordability was the hidden issue. I didn't see that metastasizing as it did.
No, I didn't see Mikey Sherrill gaining 500,000 more votes than Phil Murphy did the election before that. And then the election before that, 500,000 more votes. And then Chris Christie, she got about 500,000 more votes. So this uninspiring candidate who ran, a shaky campaign, couldn't explain the stock trades, couldn't explain why she couldn't graduate the Naval Academy, not a very good public speaker. And in an off year, she's going to gain 500,000 votes. She won in places like, I'll give you one example, Belleville, New Jersey, right? That's where I was born, Claremont Hospital. It's a 50-50 town, right? Kamala, I think, won it by 2 points. Okay, so maybe it's slightly Democratic. So Kamala wins it by 2 with Trump on the ballot, and then Sherrill wins it by 28. Anybody want to explain that?
Yeah.
The mayor actually endorsed Chettarelli.
Yeah.
So, look, I'm not going to go like full conspiracy theory here, but this happened in several places where she's gaining 20 points on Kamala Harris's performance. I know Kamala wasn't a great candidate either, but we called Mikey Sherrill literally East Coast Kamala. So I don't get the huge uptick. And Jack, by the way, he gained about 130,000 votes. So he did his job. He expanded from the last time he ran, expanded his coalition. It just made no sense to me. 13 points. You won by 2 points. You wouldn't hear a peep out of me. 13 makes no sense.
Yeah, and Joe, I didn't hear her beat the drum on affordability in the way that Mondami brilliantly did. His solutions are wrong, but he did stick to that. Every other word was that. Your sense, the Trump administration seems to have gotten that now, right? Do you think their messaging is good on this? Pretty much they're not saying, hey, you're making it up. As Biden said, come on now, everything's fine. Are they better?
I think they understand that this is really running the narrative right now. And I think they probably looked at the numbers and thought they were doing well. And I think they're doing well. Like when you look at Biden and inflation is as high as it was when like Raiders of the Lost Ark was a thing, like 1981, it was above 9%, right? And gas prices were much higher at that point. And you can just go through all the metrics as far as like having an open border and what that was doing to our economy. So Trump closes the border. He gets inflation around 3%, which is not great, but it's not bad either. 3% inflation, that's compared to Biden anyway. So I think they thought they were doing a good job. And then they realized that, okay, the problem that you inherited from Biden is now your problem. And you could try to blame him and you can't. So better do something about it. The problem with inflation, Dom, as you know, it's hard to bring down prices once they get to a certain point. You could stabilize them and not have them move up as much. But when 2% inflation is the goal by the Fed, that still means that prices are going to go up a little bit. So I don't know. Here's where I think Jack Ciattarelli, though, just on a macro or micro level, screwed up. He never connected Mikey Sherrill with Joe Biden as far as like she says, oh, I'm going to make New Jersey affordable again. I have the right economic plan. Mikey, you literally voted for the Inflation Reduction Act.
Right.
You literally said that inflation was transitory. She was connected at the hip to Joe Biden, and Jack Ciattarelli never made that connection to voters.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. Now, the Epstein thing, and Trump has been zigging, zagging, and all this. And I really respect you looking inside this, Joe, because I can't figure out. Bill O'Reilly's a friend was on the other day. We really differed on this. I can't figure out. I don't think there's anything Trump's hiding unless something in the back of his mind's crazy. Nothing has indicated that. In fact, everything is pointed toward him, even if embarrassing, some stuff. Pretty much nothing that would implicate him. Why was he so driven? Is it just to beat the Democrats? Don't let them win?
Yeah, I think it's a don't let them win ball, but they want these things out. I want to concentrate on things that are important, that matter. $1 trillion investment from Saudi Arabia, or, ending the Ukraine-Russia war, the affordability issue. This is stupid. There's nothing in here. And I keep going back to the same thing over and over again. If they had something on Trump, meaning Biden, Obama, Democrats, when he ran for president 3 times, it would have come out by now. So it's stupid. I think it's going to have a boomerang effect, honestly, like Russia did, because we see all these Democrats that are connected. Hakeem Jeffries, Stacey Plankett, however you pronounce her name. So I think in the end, it's going to be a big nothing burger, and we're just going to revert in a month or so back to where we were before, which is just Democrats fighting over Republicans with something else.
Absolutely. Joe, when are you on Fox again? What am I going to see Joe Concha on Fox, and on what?
All right, let's see. Fox and Friends first tomorrow at the wonderful time of 5:30 a.m. Then, let's see, evening edit on Fox Business at 5:50 p.m. And then Hannity at 9 p.m. So we kind of spread it out throughout the day.
Boy, that's big stuff. Is there a particular issue, Joe, or just news of the day?
We never know, right? It's like when you do your radio rundown, never do it the day before because you probably have to throw it out the next day.
Oh, 30 seconds before
things
change. Joe, did you happen to see the last night I filled in on the national show? There'll be contact. I'd really like to get Joe Concha on that. I led last night, and they couldn't keep up with the caller volume with that 1-minute thing put out by a bunch of Democrats who served in the military, talking about resisting orders, as if that ever comes up. And we've had all kinds of military people saying it's almost impossible to imagine a legal order. It could happen, but it's very rare. This is serious stuff they're doing here.
Treason. I mean, I've never used that word before to describe any politician. That is treason. When you're literally telling members of the military to resist orders because you think that they're illegal. They never say what's illegal, by the way, about the orders. They just say illegal. So, if you're Pete Hegseth, I mean, you're just like shaking your head right now and saying, what the hell? But, that has made some people angry, and rightly so. I don't get that strategy at all.
Absolutely. So, Joe, when's the book going to be coming out, the Unlikable People book, the next book?
Oh, we're looking at May. We don't have an exact date, but right in time for summer at the Jersey Shore. Perfect. Good
it is I love the one you put up today. You produced show fodder for me. The guy going after It's a Wonderful Life. This is fodder forever if we get him on. And where do we find you on X or Twitter, Joe? Where do we go?
Oh, thank you. At Joe Concha TV on the X. So, It's all snark all the time. That's all I know.
Is hiking, or do you take a break from outdoor hiking during November, December?
No, that's when it's best. That's when it's like cool and you're not sweating your balls off. It's really it's awesome. So I prefer that, not having that happen.
All right, Joe. Well, we'll watch you tomorrow on Fox and Friends to start off, Joe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. Have a good one, man.
All right, Joe Concha, always love it. Bang, 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 right to the point here. Great stuff. So, Henry, if you give his contact to Alex and just tell him I like to get him on. Yeah, he deserves it after coming on. So you heard the guy. Man, that's good research. Notice we get tired of the same old Pelosi, Hillary. This guy rewriting. All right, It's a Wonderful rewriting Wizard of Oz. Yeah, I don't like it, but It's a Wonderful Life. How in the world can anybody do anything better than that film? You can't be allowed to fool with it. There's got to be a law.
I'm glad people are coming around to the fact that they should stop remaking good movies. Start remaking the bad ones. The ones that are like, this could be really good. And then you go and see it and you're like, wow, that didn't work at all. But, it's a cool premise.
Yeah.
Need that.
How in the world are you going to put a lot of sociological? It just sounds cumbersome. Films are organic. You can't be beating people over the head with it. It's a Wonderful Life just does it organically. I can go watch it right now. What's the best scene? I got one, Henry. It may seem random, and It's a Wonderful Life. What's the best moment?
What do you want, the moon?
Oh, okay. Well, to me, it's when Donna Reed jumps up and takes out the wedding money, the honeymoon money, to save the saving and loan.
Mm-hmm.
At that moment, it's like, such a woman, the most beautiful, and she jumps up with the
I always think of that, and then like when oh my gosh, I blanked on his name, but he's trying to get out when Jimmy Stewart's trying to get out of town. He's got to go to college. He's got to get out of here.
Yeah.
But if you go, Potter's taking the the loan.
That part
freezes right there. It's like, oh no.
Great. And Uncle Billy, I'm in a holiday mood. I'm loving this. I'm all charged up. And every time I see that idiot, I'm
He's
thinking,
lit like a Roman candle.
Yeah, he is not a great actor. That's what that guy would do. Exactly. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, I can hardly wait. Mayor Bass in L.A. faces a Madonna-like challenger. Wow, that's going to be tough. 855-839-1210. It's the lightning round on a great question today. Get in right now.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-1313. 800-791-1313.
Dawn Stensland here with my secret to keeping warm while I'm hosting and reporting live on some of our city's biggest winter events and parades, thanks to my heat holder thermal socks, gloves, and base layers. 7 times warmer than regular socks, and they are great gifts with flannel or microplush comfy PJs, vests, and blankets. Heatholders.com. Free shipping with orders over $25. 15% off with promo code DAWN1210. Heatholders.com. Tell them Dawn1210 sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, let's go to Joe in Exton. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Cue us theme.
Yes, hello, Dom.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hunter Biden's professional career as a low-level naval officer never fully developed after it was discovered that Hunter was a frequent consumer of cocaine.
Very good, Joe. All right. Oh, the style is unbelievable. He can teach branding. He should be at a university teaching branding. Alan in Hamilton. All right, Alan, what do you have?
The Edsel.
Yeah, wasn't the Edsel out of the box right away a disaster? Or do you differ? You say it wasn't.
Well, it was going to be the car of the time, and it just didn't make it.
I hear you, but Henry, to finer point, I guess we were saying something like the Kindle, who was successful, looked like cutting edge, but then faded fairly
faded
quickly.
fast.
I think the Edsel was not.
It's a car. I mean, it's not obsolete.
Yeah, out of the box though, it was a disaster.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah, that's
Never heard
the
of it.
all-time disaster. It was named after. Imagine the kid's name was Edsel of the Ford family. Edsel. Imagine going around little Edsel. Oh my, that kid in school. Can you imagine? All right, the Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours?
Hate to build up another caller, but the Edsel was revolutionary in that it had push-button transmission, which didn't work, which was part of the failure.
There we go.
But it was cutting edge at the time, but unfortunately the technology failed. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but I'm talking with my agent, and I may be in studio next week.
Oh, that's good.
Rumor has it.
Nice.
Oh, is that with you, Henry? Oh, you're
Hey,
go
I'm not confirming or denying anything.
Okay, all right. There you go. All right.
Perfect politician answer.
Early start on the Christmas, Krasner Lane Christmas. Yes, Earl. Go ahead.
But my answer is going to be, in the 1930s, people believed that we would be traveling everywhere in Zeppelins, blimps, and dirigibles. In fact, the Empire State Building was built with a mooring tower at the top of the building and a door so that you could go and get a ride on a Zeppelin from the top of the building. No one ever did anything because it was just too windy and too dangerous to do it at the time. They did a couple of stunts where they dropped some mail and hooked up to the building. But that and the Hindenburg disaster pretty much took people off of the Zeppelins. And airplane technology improved by then, where airplanes were faster.
Gotcha. Just a mere mention. Don't want to hear it of the top of the Empire State Building. Was there once. That's it. Never looking again.
What?
Oh, no way. It's
you scared?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not a heights guy.
No, I'm not afraid of heights usually, but that's.
I love looking at straight down being up there. Yeah.
You could see Columbus, New Jersey, with Joe over there in his backyard. Joe, what do you have?
From the Empire State Building, Dom?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. What I want to open with is, in the words of Chris Berman, Joe Concha, you cannot control him. You can only hope to control him.
Yeah, he's great.
That was a great guest. And, Dom, one other thing. If Kevin Bacon ever develops the testosterone to come on your show and come into this Lion's Den with what he really... In his conviction and what he really believes, instead of him playing Enchanted Couple with Kira Sedgwick, one-on-one.
Well, he can come and drag if he wants. If he wants pearls, we have him here. We got him for him. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he still lives in the tri-state area, but he if he believes in what he's saying and what he should be able to take on the tough questions. And there's got to be one condition: that he entertains some of us callers if he does have the courage.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. What's your answer today?
Dom, my side is the New Age King's Clothing, and it's the hype and maybe even the continued hype of Build Back Better that never got off the ground.
All right, that is a good one. All right, Kirk, this worked today pretty well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what did you have?
So gotta love Robert from Ben Salem with the Gangnam Style song at the wedding.
Okay, that was The guy is very. Joe's got the brand. Robert's got a different brand.
Exactly right. Yep.
Henry, how about you?
Yeah, I liked Bill and Bucks' answer of the supersonic jets that we still don't have, that the NFL might be back in here. And then Earl of Tacony, with the Zeppelin. I feel like we should be able to get around by Zeppelin if I want to. There should be a Zeppelin right up at the top of this studio. I should be able to leave on it after the show today.
There you go. I guess I can. I like the Concorde. I think it was a good call, and I think it illustrates something that was hot then went away, and the NFL, of all things, might be bringing it back. So let's put his name into the hat with that. We're on to this story, though, of this maniac. You heard the senator. I know I got several emails saying, Dom, why don't these guys just do a hearing now? That's what I would do. Rather than fooling around with Shapiro, they have the power. Bang the gavel, not after Thanksgiving, not into December. Drag these people in by subpoena. They've given them enough time. They don't want to protect us. They want to cover this up. They gave a guy who's a menace, here illegally, terror, the whole thing, an 18-wheeler and a real ID. Think about that. All right, big show tomorrow. Thanks for listening today. Don't forget Scott Jennings. Get your tickets now. Rich Cioli on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holiday season.